fake chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All about the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. Come on, freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
Hey, you guys. Now, if you do hear kind of a in the background, it shouldn't be too loud because I do have like the background noise. But even though it is sunny outside, the Midwest, I'm always in Indiana. I never leave my room. But the Midwest is currently just in the middle of pretty big storm fronts moving through, and I do have the massage feature on my chair, so hopefully it's not too bothersome. But fronts moving through can be terribly uncomfortable for me. So now JK DeBuck is putting up some weather people to watch. Ryan Hall, Max Velocity. There's other local people. Just be mindful of the conditions around you, especially in the next couple days. Not to be a worrywart or anything like that, but we're under a pretty significant watch or warning. Never, I know that there's a taco saying. I just cannot keep it in my head. Uh, but just do be mindful if you're in the Midwest. Now, I do have a poll up. I was going to give it a couple minutes so people could decide. We are currently showing today's date, but I do have pulled up yesterday's footage where we ended. So, we are free to do either of what you guys decide. And welcome, Sebastian. Hi, Mo and chat. How you been? Pretty good. Definitely, I can be persuaded either way. I think part of me, the type A to function part of me, feels like we need to know all of the direct, however painful it is, in order to fully appreciate the cross. However, the other part of me just wants to see Reddington cook this woman in a calm, professional, and good way. So I'll give everyone a couple minutes to vote. Like I said, I don't have a problem either way. What we do, and if we do end up voting to go directly to cross, I will work on creating a separate video of my reactions to the remainder of direct to place in this timeline, so we're not missing significant portions, with the understanding that I will fast forward through meaningless witnesses unless there's a cross. So it does look like we are going to be diving in now. I have shouted them out all through the trial, but Defense Diaries, Bob Mata was able to brave the weather and get out to Boston. So I would encourage you to check out his impressions. He is a wonderful he is a wonderful source of information. Now, he is in the LindsayClancy was dealing with mental health issues camp. But I find him to be, rational, logical, and willing to grant and concede points on the other side. So very much like me, which is why I recommend him. My ego likes things that remind me of me. I'm just kidding. Let's get into this, you guys. Gentle reminders. Puppy kitten breaks are always, just ask for them in chat, and I will try to give them to you guys. And while we might be snarky with this particular mental health professional, it is not without the understanding that mental health care and to be a clinician is an incredibly difficult job. It is a lot of observations. It is a lot of training and different things. So any comments that are made are with that prior understanding, but I'm only human and I can only respond to stupid or lack of competency so long without reacting to, well, with snark. I just know me. I know I am who I am. Other caveats, there will be 4 sharp gavel, bangs. If you see me startle, I will always startle in this trial. Even though I am here reminding you about them, you are going to see me jump out of my skin. It is just a sensory thing I have. I am fine, but do be mindful that they do sound very much like force multiplier reports. So if you do have sensory issues like me, I typically turn it down until the judge starts talking.
Order. All right. Jurors enter.
Now, according to Bob, the gallery was quite packed with Lindsay supporters. Now, I've been trying to keep up with his text, but I don't know that he had a lot of time to chat with people. But his impression has been that the gallery is mostly supporters of Lindsay, or at least people that support that this was a mental health. At the bottom of this was mental health, not Lindsay.
Yea, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice, Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. But in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus LindsayClancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, cool weekend as best you could. And were able to kind of recharge the batteries a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. And then,
I am going to pause here. The defense over the weekend or possibly Friday, time is a nebulous concept in my brain. I can tell you what happened in 1862 or some historical nugget, but what happened yesterday is in a spectrum of the time continuum that would take too long for me to explain how it works in my brain. That being said, there was a motion put through by the defense to add to the witness list. Her name escapes me, but she is a woman who has been all over my X feed. That she was a former employee at the inpatient facility where Lindsay was housed over the holiday for those 4.5 days. And she is willing to testify that not only were staff aware that there was basically a skeleton crew and a lack of adherence to any sort of level of care that would be considered adequate for a mental health ward. Now, the judge will not address it in this little opening bit, so we are going to skip forward. I will be waiting to see if during one of the breaks the motion is addressed. I do anticipate the Commonwealth. Okay, then with the terrible audio, I do have closed captions on. They seem to be being an ass here today, though. Actually, you know what? Court TV is not great with closed captions, but Law and Crime is, so we might switch over to them simply because they are better at closed captions since the audio is not great. And I want you guys to be able to understand and be aware of what's going on rather than, anything else, especially with this important testimony. So let me get that set up. And if you're listening to it or you're getting recommendations of better audio from another source, the only thing I have found with local news channels is they tend to strike. So I'm willing to use them, but they do some. Oh, for the love of Cheetos, Mo, pretend you're a professional and can talk and chew gum at the same time. I mean, not that you can, but pretend. Uh, So let me know if there is a better alternative. I don't mind, having to kind of change things or go to a different source. I just haven't had the best of luck with local news coverage not being persnickety about me adding commentary.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice attention. All right. Thank you for following those instructions. And then in regards to today's schedule, we've got a number of witnesses. I'm not quite sure how long it may go. So we may break a little bit early today, just kind of depending on the way the case comes in. And then in regards to where we are right now, we're going to, if you remember, when we broke on Friday, there was a witness at Dr. Tufts. The Commonwealth had finished their direct examination. We're now going to have that witness return to the stand, and the cross-examination by the defendant will begin. All right. And so with that, if we could
I do like, and this is a small thing, but I find myself really liking this judge. It might seem like a really small, insignificant thing, but taking time to kind of orient the jury to where we are is just one of those things that I find, kind of nice. And it's also just like, hey, we're back in jury time. If you've maybe kind of blocked this out, um, I like those kind of things. I like being sort of directed back, "Hey, we're here. Remember this," especially if there's a break in what I'm supposed to be paying attention to. So it's just little small things like that that I appreciate.
call that witness.
Oh, goodness. Now, I will say in just being a keen observer, she was very confident when she walked in on Friday, and that's not atypical of knowing your subject matter and, knowing that, if you're talking about the shut her up or shut that down, I have heard it, and I try to objectively listen to it both ways. The problem with that is that once you're listening for something, you're going to hear that. Um, so I couldn't tell, trying to really give it, be open-minded what it said. It really sounded like "shut her up" to me. But I also know that I do not like this Commonwealth, and it does sound something like something they would say. Um, and again, I know these are optical things that I point out that don't mean anything except for, oh Lord, where's my scepter? You'd think I'd not lose a scepter. Because I put it here because it's got pokey bits. But as I speak for the court of public opinion, I do find that I like her suit. It looks very professional. I am still of the same position, and maybe it is my age or generation that I feel like she should have her hair up. I feel that is a more professional look, but it could be softened. I don't think it has to be severe. And I know people are like, why the hell is she babbling about this? Because whether we like it or not, how we assess people starts very much at when we first encounter them, and more so for me. So, yes, I am trying to be not biased. I am trying to, be very open-minded and let the evidence speak for itself. But my brain, and to a certain extent, everyone's brain is going to be taking in a million different things. And if you are going to be in a high profile trial, I feel like we are going to start seeing a consultant class, a cottage industry about courtroom optics. And while I think there's a place for that, I'm kind of sad because um, while I wish we could just go to the baseline facts of every case, the thing is, it's optics are always going to be a part of it. And if you want to appear professional, again, is it right? Is it wrong? Is it fair? Is it not? I'm not here to get into that. But hair up does tend to look more professional for women. And she does have to fight the perception of youth and lack of experience leading to poor clinician or being a poor clinician. So if you know all of those things going in, knowing that people are going to prejudge you because of your age and your perceived lack of experience, you would think, honestly, that putting up your hair would not be such a concession to the patriarchy or I don't know, whatever ideological issue you have with it in order to present a polished look when you know you're already going to be fighting these sort of prejudices. Because I'm not here to fight whether they're right or wrong. I'm just saying I've seen them and they are what you're going to be dealing with. Oh, court clerk, you are not a spring. Go back to jewel tones. You are an autumn. I love you as an autumn, not as a spring.
Just watch yourself, please.
All right, good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Reddington?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Do you have your record in front of you, your notes?
I do.
And you can look at that anytime you want, just to refresh your memory of what's going on here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go forward, I want to let you know that I have boosted the enhance to pretty loud so we can hear Reddington. With that understanding, I am going to try to pause the video, give you guys a warning before I say anything, because I don't want to blow your earballs out. But do be aware when she speaks into the microphone, it might be a little louder. So adjust the volume in your own ears. I've kind of done all I can on my end to make it loud. So I'm going to try not to speak and only pause, give you guys kind of a warning, or at least the pause should be a warning that I'm going to talk so you can fiddle with your earbuds, okay?
Dr. Tufts, you are presently a psychiatrist, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell me where you went to med school?
University of Vermont,
And what were the years that you were at University of Vermont?
2014 to 2018.
Beautiful country up there, great place to live, right?
It is. It's beautiful.
And when you graduated from med school, you then did your residency?
Correct.
And where was the residency?
Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell me, what is it exactly that you do as a psychiatric resident or a psychiatrist resident? What do you do?
You do a lot of different things. You rotate in all the different aspects of psychiatry, as well as internal medicine, so that you have a foundational knowledge of broad medical topics. You admit patients into the inpatient hospital. You manage emergencies in the hospital and in the emergency room, decide whether patients need to be admitted psychiatrically or not, and also carry a panel of outpatients.
And is this a hospital that you're working in, or is it Boston University? Is it a medical center?
So yes, it's the Boston University program, located at the hospital, Boston Medical Center, with also a lot of time spent at the various Boston VA locations.
And what were the years, I'm sorry, that you did your residency?
2018 to 2022.
So you basically were working as either a person studying to be a doctor, graduating, and then becoming a resident for the entire pandemic.
For the first part of the pandemic, yes.
The pandemic ended when Joe Biden said it ended. I think it was July of 2022, right?
I didn't expect that we were going to get a political announcement. Reddington just throwing in the political commentary slash comedy. What I will say, because I know people are going to be incredibly judgmental and not so not of the they're not going to be likely to want to extend grace to this young woman. And if I could kindly state that, take my word for it. Now, I'm often proven wrong because I have way too much faith in humanity. But with some tempering, with some humility, I think she could be a really good force for good. And I do worry that all the critique on her realistic lack of experience and her hubris, I think what I hope it doesn't do is extinguish the possibility of a good practitioner if she would take some of the critiques on board and work for good. I don't want all her years of study to be wasted if some small changes could be a force for good. And I worry that because of human nature, that won't be the outcome, but goodness, I wish it was, just for her future patients.
I'm not sure exactly when he said that.
Would you agree with me that when the pandemic started around 2019, when you began your residency, 2020, 21, into 22, it was a large push, if you will, about the pandemic timeframe.
Yes.
All right. And we all had to walk around with masks and have no contact with people and make sure you have 6-foot radius before you touch anybody, all of that, right?
Yes.
How did that impact your residency?
Well, I still went into the hospital most of the time, wearing the proper protective equipment, but I absolutely still provided the necessary medical care that was needed. And some of the outpatient experiences were done via telemedicine.
Telemedicine?
Yes.
That's like a television screen.
Now, I don't wanna poo-poo telemedicine because there are some people that find it to be a very comfortable way to get mental health care. What I will say for myself is I don't know that I would ever feel comfortable enough over the phone, and I know it sounds crazy. I would be in my room, I would be in my safe place, but there's something very impersonal about, kind of talking to a disembodied, digital face, uh, that I don't think I would feel comfortable with. So, not to poo-poo, telecommunication mental health if it works for you, but for me, it would not be the best fit.
Like a Zoom or something.
It's Zoom or something similar.
Did you touch people, shake their hand, give them a hug, anything like that while you were working in your residency during the pandemic?
Sometimes, not, I think everybody had to keep their distance at certain times. I began my program before the pandemic. So of course there was a lot more handshaking and things like that then.
You can't really keep your distance though when you're working as a labor and delivery nurse with a woman who's having a baby directly in front of you.
I imagine not.
So when you finished, do you graduate from a residency, or is it like you get a certificate or something?
Yes, there is a certificate for completing it.
And then at that point, you are now a licensed doctor. Is that how it works?
Well, you're actually a licensed doctor the entire time that you're in residency. But upon the completion of that, you can obtain a full, unrestricted Massachusetts license and also become board certified.
And the board certification, for example, you have a board certification in general psychiatry. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was it that you got that certification?
When was it?
Yes.
It was September 12th, 2022.
When was it that you actually started working as a physician, as a psychiatrist?
I started working as a physician and as a psychiatrist during the residency training program. But I started practicing completely independently at Astor Mental Health in August of 2022.
August of 2022.
Yes.
Now, prior to working with or at Astor, is that ASTOR or ER?
ASTER, like the flower.
And what is Astor? What is it, like a group of doctors? Is it a medical center? What is it?
It is a outpatient practice that is owned by a psychiatrist. It has a number of psychiatrists as well as therapists.
And where is it located? Is it a brick and mortar type place where you have offices?
Yes, the original offices were in Braintree, Massachusetts, and now there's an office in Peabody as well.
Your office, where do you work?
So at the time I saw the patient, I was working in the Braintree office. I currently work in Peabody.
Where, I'm sorry?
Currently in Peabody, Massachusetts.
So when you start working at Astor, obviously like anybody else, you submit a resume, an application, you perhaps even get hired, right?
It's a fairly lengthy process.
Dear Reddington, I love you. Find the mic. Put a lapel mic on this man, Court TV. For the love of Lemmy, of our Motorhead. That is all. Because I'm over here trying to mix with the mixing that I am able to do, and
A number of interviews with different staff at the practice, and some recommendations, letters of reference, verification of credentials, all of that. But yes, it can be comparable to another profession in that process.
Now, in August of 22, when you, congratulations, obviously you were hired by Astor, how many women had you treated in your residency that were postpartum?
With postpartum depression? Or just in the postpartum period?
How many women that were in the postpartum period did you treat prior to August of 22?
Many. It's hard to give an exact number, but I did have specific.
it's hard to give an exact number. You went onto a practice and advertised yourself as being uniquely qualified and having unique experience in the care and compassionate, treatment of postpartum women dealing with anxiety and depression. So first of all, I don't like the way he's quantifying the question because there's a difference to seeing patients in a postpartum period and seeing patients with postpartum depression. One is expressing a time after birth or after birth, postnatal, but the other one is explaining a condition to which she and the clinic that she worked at claimed to have unique experience and insight into. And while I hope at the bottom of everything, the glimpses I have seen of a good doctor are in there, the more she's answering, the harder it is to keep that in there. But I choose to live in a world where I keep that hope, then I just think that nothing's gonna change.
Training in that population
In that population. And where did you have the training in that population?
at Boston Medical Center.
And can you tell us in that 2-year period approximately how many that were in the postpartum period that you treated as a resident?
Okay, so it's really hard to give an exact number, but if I had to say, at least 50.
So in the 2-year period, you treated 50 people in the residency that had postpartum. And can you tell me, what is postpartum? What is that?
Well, I just want to address that it was a 4-year period, not a 2-year period.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And sorry, what was your question?
Hold on. You saw 50 people in a 4-year period that had postpartum. In other words, they had them after having a baby, right?
Possibly, yeah, more or less. I saw a number of other patients. I saw much more than 50, but yes.
So after you had your residency and after you were hired by Astor, is that when you began in August of 22 your practice as a practicing psychiatrist?
Yes.
And when was it that you actually got your DEA license that authorizes you to prescribe medication to citizens?
So during residency, I had a DEA license, but it was affiliated with the with Boston Medical Center. And then when I started at Astor, I had my own DEA number. I don't know exactly when, maybe sometime around August.
So August of 22, you start working at Astor. August of 22, you got your DEA license individually that authorized you to prescribe medication, correct?
Yes.
And it was when that you saw Lindsay Clancy?
I believe our first visit was September 15th
Of
2022.
So you were practicing as a psychiatrist for a little more than a month.
I was practicing independently with my full credentials for about a month, but the training is just immense that goes on before that.
Absolutely, it must be. But that's a residency that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And you know what a residency, I mean, all I
Cynical Mo here. This heifer's never going to change because that would require her to look in the mirror and admit she's not the smartest person in the world. And despite her years and years of, well, delving into the human psyche, the one she hasn't interrogated has been her own. So while I can hope for a change, the likelihood of it would be akin to me and Jess Machado becoming besties by the end of the week. So don't hold your breath. I can be hopeful and realistic at the same time. But dear Lord, ma'am, you are making it hard not to curse within the first hour of this stream. Flippin' flapjacks.
know it was Grey's Anatomy, but I mean, you're working under a doctor, the doctors are supervising you and they tell you what to do and then you report to them, correct?
They don't really tell you what to do. They're there as a resource if you need additional support. But I followed many of my own patients. I was the only person in the room with them. And, my notes were signed off by an attending physician, and that attending was available for any support I needed.
So in August of 22, when you started working at Astor, you actually filled out a form for your advertising. Is that correct?
I believe that was handled by other people at the practice.
And who would that be?
Well, we have non-clinical staff that handle the administrative matters.
Okay.
Excuse me a second. Mo, representing the Court of Public Opinion. So you were completely unaware of what the marketing staff in the office was writing as far as your personal bio, what your specialty was, and then you approved gross exaggerations of said experience under your brand new license? Again, slight objection from the Court of Public Opinion. We would like a point of order.
But you're a doctor and you're out there to the public. You're advertising yourself and your services to the public. Is that fair?
I believe, yes. I'm not directing the marketing of our office, but yes.
Okay, never mind your office. I'm talking about you. You had an ad that was on the computer that if somebody wanted to reach out to a doctor, they could see your ad amongst many others, right?
Well, I don't think there was an ad. I think we have a website that had some information about myself.
Okay. Now, in August of 22, up until when you saw Lindsay, how many patients in that month or so had you treated for postpartum psychosis?
How many patients in a month up until that
Yeah,
month?
I'm asking you about when you started working in August of 22 for Astor, and you are now on your own as an employee.
Speak into this here. I'm a little deaf in the other one. Also, ma'am, you should have watched Dodgeball or, Dodgeball, the underdog story, because your dip, dodge, dive, dip, dodge is terrible. You need to rewatch that movie. It's a heartwarming theme. It has a pirate in it. I think you'd like it. There's unicorns. According to the Commonwealth, they signify, psychosis. So it has everything you need to understand how to, dodge and wit and weave. And I say this as a person who is not that limber, but if I was inspired by that movie, you can be inspired too. Dodgeball for everyone.
How many patients had you treated before you saw LindsayClancy for postpartum psychosis?
Well, in the span of 1 month, I would say none because it's a very rare disorder.
Yeah, okay. But it exists, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things would be the voices that people hear, right?
That is a symptom of psychosis. Absolutely.
And that's legitimate, isn't it?
It is a legitimate diagnosis.
It's
Absolutely.
not the diagnosis. People that have postpartum psychosis hear voices, do they not?
Many do. The disorder can manifest differently in different people, but yes, many people do hear voices.
How about postpartum depression? How many people in that month or so before you met Lindsay did you treat for postpartum depression?
In the span of 1 month, it's really hard to pinpoint that. Maybe a couple.
Maybe a couple? And do you recall how long you treated?
Given the audio quality, I am doing a live silent interpretive dance of how she is dipping and dodging this question for your enjoyment, in lieu of knowing any sign language and not wanting to be a disrespectful asshole. So, you're welcome.
Them for?
Again, it's hard to really pin down the individuals in a short span of time.
Can you tell the jury what you put in your ad or in the Astor website that you indicated that described you?
I don't recall.
Well, one of the things you did is that you said that you basically were a specialist in postpartum, people that have postpartum psychiatry. You indicated that on the website, didn't you?
Are you able to read the actual document? I don't remember exactly the wording.
You've been working now for how many
Yeah.
years now? 3 since you saw Lindsay? Or more?
Almost 4, yes.
Now, call me crazy. But if I'm working for someone under a professional capacity in a field that I have dedicated a good chunk of my adult life to, along with a student debt to prove it, I would be so accurate in my bio. I would not want any shenanigans. I had worked too hard for this. And you're telling me that she was just blasé about whatever they were putting out in advertisements about her? Is she trying to say, I just worked here? Are we trying to use the old, I was just following orders, boss? Because I think at a certain point, that white lab coat that you want to give you so much authority does also mean that you require some accountability.
You haven't changed your ad on the website, have you?
I have not personally, no.
And you've read it probably a bunch of times, right?
I've read it a couple of times, but I don't spend a lot of time on my website.
Okay. Do you recall that you indicated that you were specializing in any particular aspect of psychiatry?
Yes, it probably includes a special interest in women's health, in perinatal psychiatry, in trauma-related disorders, anxiety, and there may be some other things that were mentioned.
Yeah, like women that have babies and they're suffering from postpartum depression. Right?
Absolutely.
You advertised that after a month working for Asta, right?
That's listed as one of my interests, definitely.
And again, forgive me, how many women did you treat for postpartum depression in that month and a half before you met Lindsay?
I don't know, maybe a couple. But I've treated many of them in the residency, which was just immediately before.
You quantified many as being 50. Now, far be it from my pedantic ass to be a little bit pedantic, but a 50-person sample size would be laughed out of any valid peer review, journal of any kind. You would be laughed out of academia if you tried to present any sort of expertise on a sample size of 50. So, kindly spare me. I may not have the white coat, but I read your journals for fun. Legitimately, I have the weirdest hobbies. So the audacity to claim you are an expert and to screw with the lives and by extension families of women because you are so afflicted with cranial rectitis of the 4th degree. I hope that you are getting oxygen in your semicolon, ma'am, because I don't know how you have remained ambulatory at this point, with the lack of, with the hypoxic brain that I can only assume that you're functioning with. It's these type of doctors that will go in and have you legitimately questioning not only your sanity, but your humanity. And I can tell you as a damn near 38-year-old, let's see, when did I get hurt? 38. I got hurt when I was 38. I'd been through 6 children. I figured I had pretty much have a handle on the medical community and how to handle them. I have never been treated with less humanity, with less compassion than I have, having to deal with a medical industrial complex as a chronic complex patient. And it is doctors like her that make you lose hope, that make you that require the absolute humiliation as a functional, thinking, eh, okay, odd human being that I have to bring my spouse, my husband in so he can witness the indifference that you doctors show to me and point out that you haven't listened to a GD thing I've said. You wanna know why people lose hope and why people end up just checking out of the medical health care system even though there might be possibilities of help? It's doctors and it's mental health care professionals like this, and I can say it from personal experience because there's nothing more crushing than going through all the paperwork and all the time thinking you found a new doctor, hopefully, maybe, that will just listen to you, and to be confronted by a motherfucker like this, excuse my French, because you don't know the cost it is to get up and get dressed and scrape up that little bit of hope that maybe some doctor will finally fucking listen to you and treat you like a human. And to get in and go through all of that and realize that you might be setting yourself up for failure and having this whole, you know, battle before you even get into that doctor's waiting room. And to get into the doctor's waiting room and and be seen by a doctor and realize that you are being confronted by one of these ass hats. You wanna know why mental health is such a big issue? It's because we have reached out. We've reached out and we've tried to talk and we get treated like this. So no, I can't speak on the postpartum psychosis or anything else or the psychiatric. And this rant is not to negate that there are perspectives and issues that I don't understand from a clinician's point of view. But if I can admit that I may not understand some of the struggles you as a clinician have, could you try to treat me as just a goddamn human? I don't know where we went in the medical industrial complex where we forgot do no harm includes the entire person, not just, making sure you don't leave a kidney, out. It means not treating them like a time slot. I don't know where we forgot that compassion was part of do no harm, but I sure as hell hope that in whatever way I can, in whatever advocacy I can do, I leave behind a better, not a perfect, this is the real world, but a better, more compassionate medical industrial complex, whatever that looks like for my children and grandchildren. And this is why we go by our own pace, you guys. This case touches on a lot of things that a lot of us are dealing with, whether we are, chronic pain sufferers or we have mental health or a trauma or a grief in our life. Any part of ourselves that we have to mask because it's just too big to deal with all at once, or it's easier to get along. So we go at our own pace here. But all of my rants are not without understanding that these are complex problems that aren't going to be solved with a slogan or a rant. They're going to be uncomfortable conversations. They're going to be realities and cost and benefits. But what we have now is so broken that wouldn't any effort be good for a change? And at that table in this new system, I believe that patients that have been let down need to have a voice. It doesn't have to be me. I don't care whose voice it is. We would just like a seat at the table to build something better.
So when a person needs to see a psychiatrist, generally they're not well. Is that fair?
Some are not well. It really can vary.
So when someone comes to see a psychiatrist like you, it's because they need help, right?
Yes.
And when they come to you because they need help, for example, with LindsayClancy, she came to you because of your ad, right? Or your website for Aston, what you said about yourself.
I don't know exactly how she found us.
Well, do you know why she came to see you?
I'm not sure exactly.
Friday, we spent a long period of time going through your initial or the initial intake that she had to fill out. Is that correct? You recall that?
Yes, we did.
And the district attorney kept asking you, and this is in September, is it September 12th? Is that when that form was filled out?
I believe she completed the form on the 12th. The appointment was on the 15th.
So what does a person do? Do they call you or do they talk to somebody in administration? How do you get the form to fill out?
Yes, our administration handles that.
And what do they do? How does that happen?
They send them the documents, probably by email, and the patient fills them out. It might be all within the portal that we use.
Within the portal?
The patient portal, yes.
Heifer, did you look at the fucking portal before Lindsay even came in? Did you look at the mountains of bullshit paperwork that you make patients fill in before we come in? And then, did you even look at that? I have had stacks of papers this thick to go to a new physio, a new physiatrist, a new nerve doctor. And the amount of time that the doctor spends looking for it. Now, I know this is going to sound crazy, but as a patient trying to seek help from, a learned professional, I actually take time and use good handwriting to fill those out. So I would appreciate you spend some time looking at it since you demanded I fill these out and be here 15 minutes early. So you could stroll in, 45 minutes late to my scheduled appointment and then ask me why I'm here. If we're wanting to be particular about a bugbear I have.
Okay, and that means that you go online and you can access Astor Mental Health and then all these little drop-down boxes would come up?
Something like that.
Are you aware? Is something like that, or are you aware of what it does?
So because I don't handle the scheduling and the sending of forms, I don't know exactly what it looks like.
Well, this is the form that you're giving a person that needs help because they're possibly mentally ill. Is that right?
Yes, and what's important is that I review the forms and we go through them in the appointment. Absolutely.
Given your current performance, I don't put much stock in your review, bitch. Sorry, I'm gonna take a little break because I don't want to be a cursy butthole. The last thing I want to do is descend into a tapestry of profanity. It doesn't respect at the bottom of this that this is a tragic loss, and it's not something I want to do. So I'm going to take a second. I'm going to keep the trial playing because I don't want. There's a line between rant and cursing every moment, at least for me.
Oh, yes.
Now, understand that your records, Exhibit 219, I believe, the jury will have access to the Tufts records. Okay, you're aware of that, right? You know it's an exhibit
Yes.
because you have talked to the prosecution about what an exhibit is, and you know that your records are now in evidence before this jury, right?
If that's what you say, yes.
I wouldn't take what I said.
Well, I
If
don't-
you
I
don't
don't
know,
really-
that's fine.
I don't know the details of how this works,
All right,
but
have you talked to them prior to your testimony?
no,
You haven't talked to the DA's office?
no, not at all.
You're a defendant in a very large lawsuit, are you not?
Yes,
You wouldn't happen to be represented by an attorney, would you?
I am.
And the fact that you have an attorney is your right under the Constitution. It doesn't mean that you're guilty of anything, right?
Right.
Okay. And you know that the outcome of this case is very, very major to the outcome of your lawsuit. Is that right? Oh.
I don't actually know that.
So you understand that if in fact it's determined that you advertised as an expert in postpartum and in postpartum psychiatry, and you've had a month experience plus a residency, would you consider that to be negligent or misrepresentation?
I do not believe that I have been negligent.
Heifer, unfortunately for you, the court of public opinion, not only that, but civil law doesn't work on your perceived, omnipresent wisdom. Dear Lord, you should never have left academia. The real world is not going to be kind to you, is it? Belief that you haven't been negligent is not protection from a civil suit. I just thought I'd let you know that.
Do you understand what misrepresentation is?
Yes.
With a month under your belt plus your residency, do you really want this jury to believe that you were an expert? Have you advertised that?
I don't think that's exactly the wording that I used. I think I said that it was an interest of mine.
You were what?
I'm sorry. So are we going full Jan?
So what happened was that the GoFundMe, obviously you are a part of the smear campaign,
And you have obviously just read the GoFundMe as it was written, talking all about the medical bills that Ron had. And you are obviously part of the hate campaign. Um,
it's obvious that we didn't imply that we were going to use this for medical. I mean, simply because the words were all about Ron's medical struggles, I don't know how anyone could have put that equation together. It's all been a part of internet hate. Have we gone full Jan? I just need to know. I do we need to get Ronana here, once in a while to pop out of his kennel? Help me. What was that? Is there background interference? Ron, do you need to say something? Back to your cage, Cletus!
I mean, one should not watch any of the Owens family's interaction with the legal system as instruction. But I'm here for this. What the effery is going on here? I can almost feel the switch in gravitational force from Bob Mata from Defense Diaries eye rolling. And thank you so much, Mathilda Henson. Good afternoon from the Netherlands. Thank you so much for watching and giving me a chance. Let's get back to this. My flabber has been gasted. For the second time in this trial, I have wondered if Darrell Brooks would have done a better job.
No, go ahead. Good, you answer that.
I just think the wording was that it's an interest of mine. I don't believe I called myself an expert.
Are you an expert in postpartum?
I may be. I don't know. I think it depends on what you define.
I'm sorry. Again, interjection, point of order from the court of public flapjack opinions. Are you trying to my truth your expertise? Legitimately, what the hell happened to our society when we started handing out participation trophies? Look, I say this as a self-aware 7-year-old who thought I should not get a participation trophy. I sucked out loud at all of the field day races. I was not proud of me for my athletic ability, and it's okay to have things that you suck out loud at and celebrate the things we're good at, but could we possibly as a society not celebrate mediocrity anymore? I'm not saying that there is a direct link from participation trophies to what we are seeing on the witness stand, but I have put more time and effort into being an expert in my hypothesis than this heifer did in the clinical expertise that she was claiming online.
Find an expert as.
Well, when
We're going full Clinton? Well, it depends on the word is. State, you thought this was a good idea? Does anyone know if there is a big supply of aloe on the Eastern Seaboard? I just think this woman is going to be stinging from here to next Sunday. Her ego, not anything else. Maybe there's a topical cream for like a stung ego.
a patient comes to you and they fill out the form, you agree with me that your records reflect that form that she filled out on September 12th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And the form that the
And thank you for the Cash App. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Everything is fine over here.
district attorney went through painstakingly with you is basically, it looks something like this, right?
Oh God, do we have a timeline?
Forms that you have people fill out, right?
Yes.
You see the little check mark?
Yes.
Who puts the check mark in there?
The patient.
So how many pages, because I don't want to go through all the pages yet, how many pages does a patient, or how many pages does Lindsay go through to check the boxes for acid?
There were a lot of pages.
What's a lot, 10, 20?
Yeah, maybe between.
No. If I am a professional psychologist, I am doing these intakes nearly every week. I know how many pages there are because it is like, a first step in the order of operation of getting to know a new patient. I know the setup. I know how many pages are in a typical. What are you doing? What would you say you do here? I feel like I'm going to have a full-on Bob panic attack. I need to like sniff a TPS report and restore balance to my brain.
10 and 20.
And basically, they're all little checks and boxes, correct?
Not just checks.
No? So does the person then answer questions by typing in answers such as, do you have any pending legal problems? No. Have you been arrested? No. Things of that nature, right?
Those are some of the questions.
And the questions also, do they ask the patient what medications they were on
Yes.
before seeing you?
Yes.
And Lindsay told you that she was on SSRIs in the past, right?
Yes.
And SSRI means what?
A selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor.
And that's pretty powerful stuff.
It's an effective treatment for depression and anxiety.
Well, it affects the serotonin.
Okay, I apologize for your earballs. Holy cow. Let me go down with the enhancer and back the heck off of 11. Okay. Sorry. Okay, everything, I am pulling this down. Massachusetts hates us. I don't know why. But yeah, believe me, this trial is trying to break me, I swear to God. Between the overload of sensory issue audio sensory issues. It oh, for the love of Cheetos. Alright, let's
Levels in the brain, doesn't it?
Yes.
It rewires the brain, doesn't it?
It doesn't rewire the brain. It increases the serotonin, and many individuals with depression have low levels.
Except that, and I do wanna preface this with, I am not a clinician, but the theory that she is going to posit here that, depression is a clinical, decrease in the levels of serotonin in the brain, a depletion of serotonin, either by stress or certain biological factors that we're not quite sure of, uh, but basically then the SSRIs increasing the telling the body to increase serotonin and then, you know, basically not let go of it, when it does create it. That is what SSRIs do, and that's how they figured they worked for a long time. Well, further research, has shown and look, I am not sure, I am not a clinician. I am sure the defense experts will explain what SSRIs do. But I do know that this theory that she's, beginning to posit where, it just helps increase the serotonin levels is not what, leading research, shows now.
Of serotonin.
So Lindsay told you that she had been prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school. Is that right?
Yes.
What was the SSRI?
Prozac.
And how long was she on the Prozac?
I'm not sure.
Never asked.
I probably asked.
Probably asked. Isn't it true? Don't you guys have a saying that if it's not written, it didn't happen? You take copious notes, do you not?
It's impossible to write down every single thing that's said. So I write down what is clinically relevant, clinically necessary.
And here's the problem, it's very subjective. What do you find? And with your personality type, with your need to be right, are you going to give objective notes on what you're seeing, or are you going to only note the things that, go along with your own clinical biases? Are you going to take note of things that are outside of the symptomology that you're looking to confirm? Because just because you documented the gist, again, you have not presented yourself as a neutral, clinician who just wants to help Lindsay. You seem to be there to make sure you are right and that you make everyone aware that Lindsay was much more depressed and that you just had to be right. So, if I'm a juror, I'm taking all of this in and I'm realizing that you didn't document anything objectively. Granny Smith, I will have to do some more digging into, the clinical or not the clinical, the civil suit. I've had some real life stuff going on, in the background. Nothing, super duper big or anything. It's just, I haven't had a lot of free time. So I I will be digging back into that. Uh, but it is true in the medical profession, if you don't document it, it didn't happen. And I would think more so with, in the mental health profession, given that it is so, observing or observation based, if it's not documented, it didn't happen clinically in the record.
But there's a lot that is discussed over an hour that is not able to be written down.
Such as the fact that a person was on an SSRI when they were in nursing school is not an important fact to find out.
Oh, no, that's important. Sorry.
No problem. I'm not doing, the Sophie Cunningham act. I'm just asking a question. That's all, and you can answer it, okay? How about if she had a reaction to Prozac?
I asked her about the Prozac.
Is that written in your notes?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I mean, she said that she took it for a period of time. She didn't mention any side effects.
Oh, she didn't tell you that she had side effects. I see. So when a patient comes to see you with a month under your belt and they're sick and they're looking for help, you wait for them to volunteer facts to you?
She volunteered a lot of information. She knew very well what her medical history was. And
Wait a minute, because you are going to go forward and it's going to become very evident that you didn't trust Lindsay's ability to interpret the world around her. So you think you know better than her and she doesn't have quite a good grasp on reality or, being a good discerner of her own internal workings, but you relied on her honesty to get a patient history and what she was going to volunteer. Let me just understand the logic with which the framework with which we're working in, the matrices, if you will. So you didn't trust Lindsay to have a realistic, objective understanding that she was simply more depressed and she was blaming her medicine. You thought that she was detached to some degree from reality in that aspect, but you decided to take everything she said for gospel? Okay.
and was able to provide that for me.
Such as what? That she was in nursing school and took Prozac?
That's part of it.
And she told you that, right?
Yes,
And she was pretty upfront and honest with you, wasn't she, in answering these questions, right?
I believe that she was.
We all spent some time talking about the fact that she declared that she had consumed alcohol, that she felt guilty about it. You called that on Friday? We dwelled on that for a while, didn't we?
Yes, that was a component. Yes,
I mean, that's something that's important, right?
yes.
Did you
What was her-
document
What was
it?
her drink of choice?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask her?
I'm not sure. We were not concerned that her level of alcohol use
Well, the DA
was.
certainly was Friday, right?
All right, well, he is.
No, I'm here for this. The DA spent an ordinate, sorry, amount of time dwelling on the fact that Lindsay drank, a glass of whatever and admitted to it. And now she's like, well, that wasn't even important. Okay. I made a determination that it wasn't important, so it's not important. And the Commonwealth, to back her up, is like, be nice to the skinny Sanderson sister. Uh, this universe's version of Sarah Jessica Parker is smart and capable and beautiful, and we love her.
And everybody knows, doctor, wait for the question, all right? And then same thing, I'll have counsel wait until you finish your answer, all right? Go ahead, Mr.
Nah.
Rankin.
So is it important, doctor, for you as a physician to know your patient? In other words, know who they are?
Yes,
And you know that Lindsay was a nurse, correct?
yes,
You know that she graduated obviously from college, right?
yes.
Is she a good student?
I don't recall.
Do you know when she got married?
I don't recall
Did you
that
ask her?
specific detail. I don't know. I knew she was married.
She had 3 kids, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you know that she was married is because you spoke to her husband, Patrick, correct?
he
Or did
attended.
you?
Sorry,
Or did you?
he attended one of the appointments, and I spoke with him on that date.
Ah. And did you say, hi, how are you? And give him a handshake when you came to your office?
It was telemedicine.
It was what?
Telemedicine.
Telemedicine. Is it fair to say that after, 14, you said to the jury, 14 appointments that you had with Lindsay during that period from September till January? 14 appointments?
Yes,
Every single one of them were by telemedicine, weren't until you came in this courtroom.
And Air Force vet, thank you for the insight. This happened close to me. We grew up with Pat, so much more to this. Trust me. Um, I can't imagine what it's like to be around this locality with all of this going on. Um, what I can say is to have to publicly grieve and be aware that your grief is going to be scrutinized and dissected and mulled over and commented on um, is a particular hell I wouldn't wish on anyone. So I, I tend to not like to speculate and get into the inside dirt that can't be in the court. But I will say, just bottom line, as a human, to have your grief have to be on display, I couldn't imagine that hell. And I and the parents and everyone, and the fact that Law and Crime and Court TV, constantly pan to everyone's grief is just gross to me. So I hope that the family and everyone they're getting the support they need, because I know there aren't not every content creator is wanting to cover this to give a voice to the real problems in our mental health and medical uh, systems. And it's sad that some people would rather grow clout off of human tragedies. So while I am glad that I am able to cover this, it's always in the mindset of let's keep, as much as we mock the unseriousness of the Commonwealth, we never mock the multitude of victims that have been left behind, from the first responders to the doctors to that tried to save, those precious little kiddos. We mock the stupidity of a system that failed, but never the victims. And we're not here for clout or gain. We're here to have a place where we can be okay and watch this trial.
Friday, you never saw this woman in person, did you?
Correct.
Were you ever concerned about her mental health as a person?
Absolutely.
She was crying. She told you symptoms that she couldn't get out of bed. Isn't that right?
At one time, she said it was difficult to get out of bed
Oh, difficult to get out. Why was it difficult for LindsayClancy to get out of bed?
because she was very depressed.
And did you give her a hug? Oh, no, you're on telemedicine, so you couldn't give her a hug, could you? You didn't.
Now, I'm going to sound slightly schizophrenic here. While the inner rageful, vengeful, table flipping Jesus righteousness preach is loving that Reddington is showing a little bit of disdain for the system itself, the other part of me is worried that a and I say this with the full knowledge that he is constantly aware of the jury. This man knows how to watch a jury and talk to a witness and subtly change his behavior. I worry that, this kind of lighthearted poking is going to poke the bear of the Commonwealth. Now, this might be strategic, but optically, I think those who are perpetually offended are already going to be offended with him. So do I think he lost any real points? No. But will it be something that the bitter, the spiteful, and the third wave feminist is probably going to use against him? Yes. Does it bother me? Absolutely not. He is treating her with the respect she deserves, in my opinion, and that is a-okay. But there you guys are.
Have any chance to even look at her in person, did you?
I could look at her. It was always a video appointment. I couldn't give her a hug, but
Okay, just let us know if you're going to tweak the gain, please, for the love of God. We have earballs here.
That's not actually something that psychiatrists typically do with patients.
I imagine. Now I'm looking at you, and you've got the witness stand cutting you off in half, right? So I can't see from your waist down, your legs, your feet, your hands, anything. That's the same.
This is a wonderful point, and I want to kind of demonstrate. I have found very comforting with these harder trials before I realized I might be stimming um, to have some sort of sensory tool or toy in my hand just to kind of help keep me grounded and, deal with really tough testimony. Um, and he makes a very good point that I think that might have flown over the jury's head, unless he had pointed out, you can't see if a person is stimming to within an inch of their life. I usually am. You can't tell because you can only see, my, is it a bust? I don't remember. It seems like it wouldn't be a bust because you can't see my bust, but I think it is called a bust. Anywho, thank you for this random tangent while I just run away from my feelings for half a second. I appreciate you guys letting me go at my own pace.
View that you have on the telemedicine, right?
Yes.
Isn't it fair to say that you've studied and that you've learned that there are objective manifestations that patients may have that would be a tell, like if you're playing poker, you have a tell, that would be an indicia of the fact that they're stressed or emotionally disturbed, right?
Yes.
Like hand wringing, right?
Yes.
Were you able to see the hands wringing when you were on telemedicine?
I don't recall seeing her hands.
Recall, how people.
And this, you guys, this is why I am stepping out of my comfort zone. Not only for basically only 10% to share with you guys, but 90% because I have felt like I've been white knuckling life. And the more research I did on masking and when it started for me, and maybe how I could deal with things better and be more forthcoming about my feelings, I realized I've been masking from a very young age. And the disconnect between clinicians' understanding of what all masking entails, the emotional and mental bandwidth that is occupied by this nearly Herculean effort to fit in and appear okay. While I still stand by my, if telehealth helps you, if it is a safe and easy way for you to get the help you need, then I will never knock it. But as a person who engages in DEF CON level 4 masking, I would never get the help I need. And thank you so much, Joanna, and be safe at work and hope you have a good day. Just a gentle reminder to keep your eye on the weather around you if you're in the Midwest. There are a lot of fronts going through. Oh, and that is right. Remember to do your own kitten breaks or things. This trial, not only being incredibly heartbreaking, is touching off a lot of, um, trauma for those of us who have been unheard by the medical, establishment. And I think it's hitting us a lot harder than we thought it would. So that's why we're going at our own pace and taking kind of side tangent breaks.
Sit there and they do this with their leg and the leg bounces because they're going through some type of emotional stress. You couldn't even see her legs, could you?
I couldn't see her legs, but I knew that she was under stress.
So when she came to you, September 15th, I believe, is the first time that you all actually discussed her condition, correct?
Yes.
And looking at medical records, which the jury will be able to look at, it says visit date, September 15th, 2022, and you can look along with me if you wish. Indicates why she came to see you, right?
Yes.
Right? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Why did she come to see you? According, not guessing and speculating, never mind the TV. You just look at your notes. Tell me what brought Lindsay Clancy to your office.
Postpartum anxiety.
Is that it? Is that what you noted in the records?
Well, those were her words when asked, what are the problems for which you are seeking help?
I see. Postpartum anxiety. Now, as a psychiatrist, meeting with this young woman after a month or so of working as a psychiatrist for Astor, there are tests that you administer to a woman who's in postpartum to find out what type of anxiety they have, right?
Well, there are some screening tests, but the most important thing is what the patient tells you and what my assessment is in the session.
I see. And that would carry through the Tufts evaluations for all 14 of those meetings, is what the patient tells you, right?
Yes, and what I observe in the session
Through the television.
through the computer.
What, if you can tell me, is the Edinburgh test?
It is
Okay. It's the Edinburgh test, right? It's bra, not burra, right? Because look, I want to live in either Ireland or Scotland where love language is taking the piss. I have found my people. I have, in fact, been culturally appropriating. I'm blonde under here. You know, well, basically Merida's personality for years, not knowing it. No, and that's where everything is fine over here. That's the other thing I wanted to I'm look, the people who are determined to hate Lindsay are determined to hate Lindsay, and I'm not gonna change their mind, but the people who are willing to come in with an open mind, um, I I would like to kindly posit a suggestion because I know it doesn't logic out. How could Lindsay appear to be functioning, you know, if not more tired, more stressed, thinner, with all of this going on in her head? And I realized, as reluctant as I was to cover this trial, I could be a place where, again, I'm not going to change everyone's mind, but if you have an open mind, I can give you a perspective that you may not be aware of as a person who masks a good deal of pain that I'm constantly in, along with, just other things all my life. So, and it doesn't come from a place of, while on the surface it can seem manipulative and deceitful and lying, it comes from a place of love. Um, Having sat on the other side and watched Mr. Moe and how incredibly pitiful and in pain, and for a big man, how small he looked in the hospital bed before his gallbladder surgery. Um, there is a certain type of hell I wouldn't wish on anyone, to see your loved one suffer. So we mask because, the reality is that sometimes getting out of bed is a chore, and we don't want to be, a burden, because we know that our loved ones would do anything to make us feel better, and sometimes there's just nothing they can do. I did call. I put the bat signal up. Volstorm, I'm not gonna say you're gonna go full Sith, listening to this unrelenting cahoot, uh, but it is nice to see her ego getting hacked into small digestible pieces, by a competent attorney. Not that she is aware that she is being publicly destroyed because her ego is so immense and her third degree cranial rectitis. But when she gets home and dissects this, because she is going to look at all the commentary of her, to find the one person who agrees with her, if there is that person, um, she's gonna need some aloe and a look, ma'am, if you would like to collect a vessel of your tears, I'm not saying that I engage in voodoo, but if I were ever to engage in voodoo, I think those would have incredible, like, juju to them. So I'm just saying, if you're willing to share those tears of humiliation, um, I do have future plans for them. I'm engaging in alchemy, there's a science to it.
Is a scale that looks at symptoms of postpartum depression.
And when you administer, that's a major test, isn't it, for a doctor to evaluate a patient for PTSD?
Okay, we need to address this. Uh, we're gonna address this because there are levels of stupid hitherto I didn't think that the human race would achieve, but I have some thoughts. Enjoy the groovy music before the unrelenting rant that Mo is about to hand down. I don't know how much more clearly to say this, but at the bottom of every single trial that is going on in a court is a human tragedy. And how dare any content creator, TikTok, YouTube, or whatever, decide to put out unsubstantiated claims. Yes, Patrick had a flat affect. There is such a thing as caretaker burnout. Put yourself in this man's shoes. He went from, being a provider in a two-income household to a single-income household and watching his wife fall apart in front of him, in front of his eyes. And mental health isn't, every day is bad. It's on a spectrum. Lindsay probably had days where she seemed to be functioning fine, and then days where nothing functioned. And that is not only a roller coaster for the person who is going through it, but the support, the significant other that has to deal with that. If you don't think that it was hard for Mr. Mo to watch me navigate a lifelong condition with incredible amounts of pain and how to deal with what my reality is, and that's not even the loss of 3 precious babies. If I don't even have the heart to go after you and expend energy on a rant, because what I really need to do for you is to pray for you, and I know you're probably gonna laugh because, dear Lord, you're looking at hell. Now, I usually don't go full Christian because I am the world's worst one. I curse, I'm judgmental, and I generally try to work on my own self before offering any judgment on anyone else. But there are specific parts in both the New and the Old Testament that do really, really point out that you should not go after people in a tragedy. Yes, they use do not go after widow, but I do believe that the Bible can be interpreted as such to don't go after people dealing with a giant sack of grief. This isn't a game. This isn't, speculation station. This isn't Clue. This is these are real human tragedies from the first responders to the 911 dispatcher that had to hear Patrick's cry to the doctors who tried to save those babies' lives. There are so many victims that we can't even quantify it. And look, I know I'm doing all of this as I am mocking subtly or not so subtly both the Commonwealth's lack of care with this case and the trauma vulture content creators that like to, cloudify human grief. So I get that there is a little hypocrisy there, but there's a difference between, poking a light bit of mockery at disrespect and gamifying this. But to make wild speculations about a man who has lost everything without knowing this man, without speaking to this man, without doing anything is a level of demonicness that I can't understand. I don't know how you can look yourself in the mirror and know that you are making money, making profit, getting clout off of a man's pain. We didn't even continue other than we didn't even cover the Commonwealth's direct of most of the first responders because those gentlemen are carrying this and you can tell it is eating them up, and I didn't wanna be a party to that. I didn't wanna be a party to that, being one more thing that they have to deal with. And I've been really open. I don't know what justice looks like. I don't know if Lindsay should go to a hospital or what, but I know there's a tragedy and there's a way that you can cover this case with, yeah, a little bit of, emotional support, sarcasm, or mockery, but you never, ever, ever in my book speculate on real people's pain and try to gamify human tragedy. And I'm so grossed out by the whole thing, and it's icky. As a person who really does attempt to be a safe place, a considerate place, a respectful place, where we do engage in a little bit of dark humor and emotional support, sarcasm, it really bothers me that there are people covering it like this without any care to the real world hell that this man is in every moment. Because like I said, whoever said grief eases with time is an asshole liar. It's a pebble. It's a magic pebble that goes in the bag of all the things you carry in your life. And sometimes it's a pebble and it's small, and sometimes it is a boulder and it crushes you. And that's for the rest of your life, and that's what this man is gonna have to deal with, and it just it pisses me off. It pisses me off because it's just ugly, it's gross, and honest to God, demons don't need to be real because we seem to be just as good at being awful to each other as a demon would be, and it breaks my heart. Oh, you can tell I'm getting pissed off because my Appalachia is coming out. If I say worst rag, y'all forgive me. I have trained myself out of it, but whew, we might need to baptize some people. Sorry for that tangent, but I just ick and ick.
I wouldn't say it's a major
It's a
test.
pretty big one though, isn't it? It's the only one that measures the postpartum depression, right?
It's a common one.
So what?
Commonly used.
All right, so when you used it on Lindsay, when was that administered to her?
I did not use it on Lindsay.
Why?
We used the PHQ-9, which
What
is
PHQ-9?
it's a depression screening form.
That's like generalized anxiety disorder, general depression. It's got nothing to do with a woman suffering from postpartum depression, does it?
I disagree.
Well, do you agree?
Well, expert of 1 month, please tell me how you are more smart than, I'm guessing the entire clinical, staffing agency of Edinburgh or the Edinburgh University of Psychiatry, who made the, screener that you claim is, useless.
That people perhaps that may know a little more than you determined that the Edinburgh scale is the appropriate scale to administer to a pregnant or postpartum woman.
Sustained as the form.
You're familiar with the Edinburgh scale, right?
I've heard of it.
And can you explain to me?
Heifer. I don't know if you are paying attention to the first part of your testimony, but you are a mother flapping expert. So I would expect you to know it in and out. And since you think that the other screener is better, I would expect you as a know-it-all bitch to explainarate why that other one is wrong. But I'm guessing you don't have any point. You just decided at some arbitrary point that you knew better than the entire, I'm guessing, clinical, research staff at the University of Psychiatry of Edinburgh. Or Edinburgh. Look, I'm not Welsh, and God bless the people that know Welsh because holy crap, that is like Mandarin and calculus put together. There are so many L's. I don't even know what to say.
How it's graded?
No, I cannot.
There are 30 questions in it, are there not?
I don't use this scale, so I don't know how many questions there are.
So the Edinburgh scale, do you even know that the cutoff for someone that is depressed in their condition of postpartum would be 15? Anything over that, they're in severe depression?
Okay.
You know that her first Edinburgh test that was administered to her put her at a 23 overall. Severe depression.
I was not aware of this test. I was not aware that this had been administered to her.
You're an expert. Again, when one declares themselves an expert by their own assertion, they usually don't have the knowledge to back it up. It's kind of why, people say, Icarus, don't fly too close to the sun, especially if you're a moron. Hubris will always get you in the end.
Well, you know that except for the Prozac that she had when she was a nurse, what, 23, 24, 23 years old, she hadn't, other than seeing her own doctor for having the baby, she hadn't seen any doctors. You knew that, right?
I didn't know exactly which doctor she sees. I think we ask about your primary care doctor, but she did not report any other medical issues that she was under treatment for.
So is it important for Dr. Jennifer Tufts to know whether or not a patient who is coming to you for help has a prior medical history other than what they might tell you?
Well, when patients are able to advocate for themselves and share their medical history, we rely on what they tell us.
Was she able to advocate for herself, in your opinion, when she came to see you, when you evaluated her in September?
Absolutely.
How about October?
Yes.
How about November?
Yes.
How about December?
Yes.
And your medical records, you would agree, show that during that period of time that she was deteriorating, was a word that was used on Friday. Isn't that right?
So
No. So you used the word deteriorating on Friday, did you not?
she was a little bit worse at certain appointments, and
Yes, you have used other words to define deteriorating. We will continue for is this bitch cooked for 800, Alex? The answer is what is yes.
the deteriorating word, which is not my word choice, is what is in the note because I had to select that.
Because why? You have some kind of a program that you have to check the box and you have to bring down the drop box. You can't take a pen and write something down about a patient.
There are certain parts of the note where I can write whatever I feel is necessary, but that specific aspect of the note is a button where you have to click one of three choices.
So when the jury's going through your medical records, one of the
So you have a uniquely and multivariant speciality, and you decided to, or your practice decided to choose a charting program that didn't take into account that so much of psychiatry is going to be multivariabled and not easily explained in a drop-down tab menu of 3. And welcome, Kat, not Williams Raiders. We are roasting the ever living hell out of this know it all heifer. I am done being polite. I made all of my caveats at the beginning of the stream when I still had human kindness within me. But if you are wondering what's going on over here, when the witness answers, because audio is so bad, I will not respond. I will simply do my own interpretation of my own interpretive dance of her dip, dodge, ducking, and dodging the question. So now the audio has been known to try to terrify us, so I do not know when it will kind of correct itself. So do be aware. I am trying to be silent and give you guys a little warning if you're using earbuds before I talk. So just to let you know, this woman is insufferable. I would recommend having an emotional support snack of some kind, a carb of some kind. You are going to need it. She is starting to employ the audio assault weapons of both a lip smack and vocal fry. You have been warned.
things that they're going to see is that when you meet with the patient, you have a form that you fill out where it says, if you feel like you're going to harm yourself or somebody else, make sure you go to the emergency room, right?
Yes.
If you have any urges to harm yourself or others, go to the nearest emergency room. That's in every single time that you meet with a patient, right?
Yes.
And it indicates that if there's any, call the suicide prevention and crisis hotline. If you feel that you're in crisis, you may text home to a particular number at any time. What's a suicide hotline?
It's a phone number that patients in crisis can call and speak to a trained counselor.
Now, a psychiatrist, you'd agree with me, is not a counselor, that's for sure, right?
Well, a psychiatrist has training in therapy as well as in medicine.
Did you give Lindsay Clancy any therapy?
There was some therapy incorporated in our sessions,
Like
but
what?
we did
Like what?
providing emotional support, listening to.
From you? I'd rather have emotional support from Hillary Clinton. At least she's honest, and I know she's a reptilian. Allegedly, Hillary. Look, I have witnesses, and I never leave my room. You're not going to arc inside me. Besides, I'm just saying, I would rather be offered emotional comfort by a Komodo dragon at this point. As I have often said, I would rather do naked burpees in Walmart than accept emotional comfort from this woman. And I legitimately would be willing to live that through, much to the detriment of everyone else's eyesight.
her.
Hold on, no, please.
Hold on, everybody.
I do have one question though. When you feel so bad and the doctor gives you a plan, why not try it instead of medicating yourself like Benadryl? Um, so what I will say is if I had encountered this particular clinician, and I can only speak for myself, but to give you some clarity, how I would have reacted to her, I would have felt unlistened to, unsupported, and unseen. And I would have tried to continue to deal with it myself because I don't trust her to treat me as a human being. So I would be reluctant to take any of her recommendations on board because she doesn't seem to be listening to anything that I cared about as a person. Especially if she scoffed at my worry about, the potential crossover of the, what was it, Zoloft, uh, from the breast milk to the baby. I know personally, I would have struggled with taking advice from this woman. Um, Now, is that a detriment, or would that be a detriment if the Zoloft had worked? Yes, but I would not feel like I was being listened to and believed with this woman. So I would be reluctant to comply with a lot of her instructions at first. I don't know if that answers your question. I hope it gives you insight, but like I said, it is with a giant caveat that this is how I would react, and for whatever that's worth, if it can help sort of.
Yeah. You asked the question, I'm gonna let her finish, and then you can follow up with any questions you want. Go ahead, Doc.
Anything else you want to say?
So her sessions were largely focused on the medication management, but there was an aspect of therapy, including those items.
Okay, and the sessions were for what, 17 minutes?
No,
How long were they?
25 to 30 minutes.
So 25 to 30 minutes on the television, and will you face the TV screen with her?
Okay, I have to smile because I love that he is just continuing to call it a television, kinda like when he said, "Were you aware that she was taking the weed?" Sometimes my brain needs a little break, and I love the way he is just continuing to say, "She was on the television." Now, I don't know if it is strategic at this point. It would be strategic at this point on my part. I know it bothers her. I know it bothers the know-it-all pedantic heifer inside of her to not be able to correct me instantly. So I would be doing it on purpose. Whether or not he's doing it on purpose, I don't know. But at this point, I would totally be doing it on purpose, is all I've got to say.
For the full 25 minutes?
Yes.
And that's not noted in your records. It says 17 minutes in all your records, doesn't it?
So if you look closely, it says the therapy component was for 17 minutes. It doesn't say the entire duration.
Anyone in chat really good with math? Can you give me a breakdown percentage wise, how long is 17 minutes in the block reality of a minutes per week? Just to see, I mean, I know she thinks she's awesome, but fractionally, how much is 17 in the reality of Lindsay's week? Because I don't think that's enough. Now, I am aware that she had other therapy, and a social worker, I believe, to kind of go on the therapist, kind of aspect and those particular things, with her specialty. But I do kind of, want the number, but not to do the math.
Is 17 minutes.
So what do you do when you're trying to give therapy as a psychiatrist to a patient that came to see you? What do you do? What do you do for therapy?
It depends on the person.
Well, how about Lindsay Clancy? What did you do for therapy with her?
I listened to her. I listened to her concerns and provided support. I tried to provide her with hope that eventually things would improve.
So you listen to her concerns.
So you basically gave her the Orphan Annie song as therapy. Now, ma'am, come here close to Mama Mo. I say this as a person who struggles to convey comfort to the point that I pat people, okay? Because I am so weird. But you basically did like the sun'll come out tomorrow. Put away your sorrows, mask the hell out of 'em. Just pretend. Just think of sitting here looking at my face again next week. And then you think, oh my God, wouldn't weed be better? No, I'm sorry. The medical industrial complex, the Ragening, the Mo musical, I'm working on it. Andrew Lloyd Webber, call me. Call me. We'll add a cat. Jesus.
And you'd agree with me that her concerns were, for example, that she actually was unable to sleep. It's one of her concerns, right?
She was having a lot of difficulty with sleep.
On the September 15th meeting, you indicate that her mood was okay, but her affect was anxious, and you called it incongruent. What does that mean?
She said she was feeling okay. She appeared anxious, and she also stated that she was anxious.
So one of the things that you talked about Friday is when a patient presents with an incongruent something like that, I don't remember, appearance perhaps, that would mean that they're saying, I'm okay, but they don't look like they're okay, right?
Well, it could. I don't think her affect and her mood were really that incongruent at that time.
You just documented it as such?
I think that she didn't appear terribly depressed. I didn't say she was terribly depressed in that initial visit, but she said she was anxious and she appeared anxious. That's pretty congruent.
Okay. So did you put in the report that she was congruent or incongruent?
So that is not an option for me to indicate in that section, but
So-
it was congruent.
You're like a robot. You can't take a pen and write something down. You have to do the drop box and the X's on the computer.
Well, if it's on the computer, I'm limited by the options that are up there.
You're a doctor. Why are you limited?
Your Honor, the Atari would not upload the Nintendo 64 graphics. Therefore, I was unable to do my homework effectively. Oh, it involves a human brain and an entire family? Well, it is Atari. I Someone make this make sense.
Because of the technology.
What technology? The fact that there's a form on a computer? You're trying to treat a human being who comes to you for help.
And that's what's most important. What's most important was the treatment, not what is checked off on a box.
Makes sense. So you were unable to make a note as to whether or not her affect and her mood appeared to be in conflict, and that she would have been incongruent, and that she had poor insight. You couldn't write that down. Is that right? Because the box doesn't let you.
Correct.
Hi, I bet you're wondering how I got here. I need that background music. Well, it all started out a couple years ago when I started med school, and I thought I knew everything. I bet you're realizing I don't feel that way now, given the pallor in my skin and the general dead soul appearance I'm giving. Not that I would clinically diagnose any of those things that I'm observing, because I've already made up my diagnosis in my head.
So basically, she's telling you that I'm okay. Well, actually, when she came, do you know that she never saw, other than when she was in nursing school, would it surprise you, a psychiatrist? And that was only for like a week when she got the Prozac in nursing school because she was afraid of public speaking. Did you know that?
I was aware that she did not have a significant past psychiatric history. I was aware of that.
Okay, so you were the first psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
We need to go back. Oh my God, Reddington. Just when I thought I couldn't love you anymore, you make my heart grow to more sizes. The way he said pleasure in there is a master class at snark.
Psychiatrist that she had the pleasure of meeting. Is that correct?
Sir, as a sommelier of smartass, chef's kiss, that was a velvet dagger just right into her ego. Oh no, she still believes she's done everything right. This is not going to get her until she goes home and she is faced with the reality that while she and the Commonwealth think she did a great job, and 5 or 6 crayon eaters, the rest of the people believe she is an indictment on the medical industrial mental health complex. And that's gonna bother her. Now, I fully expect her to go Jess Machado mode and only listen to those that are going to be valiantly white knighting for her. So while there is that infinitesimal hope that she will use this as a learning experience, the likelihood is she is not going to change. And at least, sunlight being the best disinfectant, patients in her locality know what they are dealing with when they pick her as a psychiatrist. And unfortunately, in the real world and with egos and personalities like this, the best we can hope for is that her being herself and unrepentant about it is going to make sure that she will not, be getting clients looking at an advertisement and thinking they're going to get a sympathetic ear.
I think it was.
And isn't that important for you as a doctor to take a history?
I did take a history.
So can you tell us You're testifying here for the governor. Tell us whether or not she had any past psychiatric history other than in nursing school for a week for the president.
She did not report any other past psychiatric history other than the Prozac and Wellbutrin.
So when a patient comes to see you and you're treating to help that patient, if they don't report something to you, you don't know about it apparently, right?
Well, I think it depends. There are certainly things I can assess, but if it's related to their history, I do need them to tell me.
Well, you can't assess it unless you ask, right?
Unless I ask or they volunteer it or they
Of
fill
course,
it
we
out in
already talked
forms.
about the volunteering. How about you as a doctor, when you're evaluating a patient coming to you for help, do you ask them questions?
Yes,
You didn't ask her a prior history.
I did.
What did she tell you?
She said that her prior history was what we discussed about the Prozac in the nursing school.
So basically, other than hoping to give her hope, is what you said, for the therapy. How do you give someone hope for therapy? The other doctor.
Try to encourage them and.
What did you encourage her on September 15th?
Sorry?
What did you encourage her to give her hope on September 15th?
What did I encourage her?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly the words. It was
Did you write
almost
it
4
down in
years
your
ago.
records?
No, we don't write those, details of
Well,
everything
that's the
that's
therapy
said.
you're talking about, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you don't write down the therapy you give the patient in the records, right?
Well, I write something about it.
You write it
I
down.
mentioned
No,
that.
excuse me.
Hold on.
So yes or no?
Hold on. You gotta let her finish the question. You listen to the question and answer just what they asked, okay? Go ahead. You can rephrase that question, Counsel.
No, I'll let her answer.
I mentioned that I provided supportive therapy.
What is supportive therapy?
I'm like an underwire for your feelings. Cross your heart, lifted and separated. I trust a lunch lady brawl with 55 hooks in the back more than I trust your support, ma'am. Like I said, I would rather have a Komodo dragon give me comfort. Beth, I am legitimately shocked it is going this badly. Oh, good Lord. Um, so I would say that if it were maybe just a class specific anxiety I was taking medication for and not a diagnosed anxiety, if a psychiatrist had seen said this seems more like situational anxiety due to an extreme fear of public speaking, um, you know, would I maybe share that with Mr. Mo? Unless I started dealing with more mental health, I don't know. Ideally, are you supposed to share everything with your partner? Yes. But if it were something that was very situational and only seemed to appear when I had to publicly speak, I don't know that that would be something, just the way my brain works, that would come to the top of my head about anything. Now, if I did start experiencing anxiety, I think it would be only right and fair of me to share with Mr. Mo in the ways that I'm able to communicate. Uh, that I'm anxious and I did struggle with this in the past, with public speaking.
Listening to the patient's concerns and providing emotional support and validation.
So emotional support and validation, all sounds good. Here's a young woman who was what, 20, 29, 30 years old, came to see you?
Yes.
And came to see you for help, right?
Yes.
Told you she couldn't sleep and she was anxious, correct?
Yes.
You know that she was postpartum, correct?
Yes.
You know that as a patient who was postpartum. By the way, what is your opinion of the period of postpartum wherein one could have postpartum depression or, more importantly, postpartum psychosis? What's the time frame?
It's typically 1 year.
So she was well within that time frame, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to provide therapy by giving her hope. And how long do you figure did that take? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes?
I'm not sure. I think it was different in each session.
Okay. So the only thing that you diagnosed Lindsay with on September 15th was GAD, generalized anxiety disorder, correct?
It was generalized anxiety disorder as well as an adjustment disorder with depressed mood.
And you prescribed medications to her, right?
Yes.
And the medication that you provided to her was the sertraline, right?
Yes.
And the sertraline would be Zoloft, right?
Yes.
Now, this is a little chart that shows the prescriptions that Lindsay was on. And you are the yellow colors. Okay. You can see that. Would you agree with me that on September 15th, you prescribed sertraline, Zoloft, 30 count on September 15th, 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
Have you ever read the website for sertraline?
The website for sertraline?
Yeah. I mean, sertraline, Zoloft is a chemical that is marketed as a pharmaceutical, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a pill, right?
Yes.
And as we said, it's an SSRI pill, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that Zoloft is not indicated for generalized?
And Air Force, not to, again, just to maybe share a different perspective. And again, do with it what you will. I can only speak for myself. I was in Sam's Club this weekend, and I am hypersensitive due to my pain condition and my brain that I can't filter out a lot of sensory overload. Now, I've been working on unmasking and being more open and honest with Mr. Mo about when I'm struggling because I need to be better at letting him know so that he can help me when he can, just in my own personal life. I went from being able to mask, until we were in the line to check out, and I had to look at Mr. Mo, and for the first time in my 42 years on this planet, I had to limp as quickly as I could to my car, turn it on, and weep. I was just so overloaded. So while I can't speak about psychosis, I can tell you that I can appear to be, maybe a little bit more high strung, anxious than usual, but there's usually a point at which the mask will fall down and you wouldn't recognize the person that you would see when that mask falls down when that penny drops would be unrecognizable to someone who's only aware of who I am masked. Oh, for the love of Cheetos, Mo, you're a professional.
Anxiety? Why'd you give her Zoloft?
It is a very effective medication for generalized anxiety disorder.
So you're familiar with the drug labeling for Zoloft, is that correct?
Generally.
Generally. Are you aware?
Rant incoming, generally, as a person who deals with every single one of the side effect that every pill has, you are lobbing what are in effect Molotov cocktails at the brain, and you don't know what you are basically signing your patient up for. What are the general side effects? They could potentially, what is, something to be dangerous and not, and yet you're just giving these out like candy?
Aware of what the manufacturer of Zoloft indicates it can be used for, to treat.
I'm aware that it's used to treat various forms of anxiety disorders as well as major depression.
So when Lindsay came to see you, you know that she had stopped breastfeeding her son, right?
Not at the time of the first appointment,
When did she stop breastfeeding? In October?
something around then.
You know that she had little or no psychiatric history.
Is it documented that she stopped breastfeeding?
Other than seeing you, correct?
And the Prozac, yes.
You know that, in fact, that she had stopped drinking whatever it was that she was drinking, because you never asked, right?
I was not concerned about her level of drinking.
Well, it's in your form, right?
That was at the intake, but
Did you know that she wasn't drinking when you were meeting with her, correct?
yeah, that's what she told me.
Okay, and you believe what she told you, right?
Yes,
So when she sees you, she's not on any psychiatric antitropics or whatever they're called medications, correct? She wasn't on any medication.
correct.
And she had stopped drinking anything, whatever it may have been, right?
I'm not sure when she completely stopped drinking, but yes.
You don't know when she started, when she stopped, what she drank, do you?
Well, I was not concerned that she was an alcoholic.
That's a yes or no. Did you have any idea? Because we spent a long time on Friday talking about her guilt and having that she drank alcohol. You don't know what she drank, when she started, when she stopped, do you?
I know some details about her alcohol use, but it was overall minimal.
What were the details then? Tell me what the details were. There was that one little box that was checked off. What other details were there?
That she drank 1 to 2 times a week, 1 to 2 servings 5 times a week.
And you don't know what it was? You have no idea, right?
I think she had mentioned at some point that it was calming. It was something that was
what?
helpful.
I'm sorry.
Calming.
Calming. Okay,
Calming.
so it was numbing. It was like trying to numb something, I guess, right?
That's one way of saying it.
I mean, I imagine you've treated veterans that got post-traumatic stress disorder, right?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that many times when people have an anxiety disorder or PTSD, whatever the case may be, they try to numb their feelings? Is that fair?
Sometimes they do.
And sometimes they use alcohol, right?
Sometimes they do.
But we don't know what alcohol she did. We don't know if it was a beer, do we?
I didn't think that was relevant for her.
So with all of that, with that information, you then prescribed Zoloft to her, correct?
Yes.
You went over the side effects of Zoloft, sertraline, I imagine, with her, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that one of the known side effects is suicidal thoughts and actions and ideation?
Well, that's specifically in children. So I don't think I mentioned that because it wasn't relevant.
Not really. Suicidal ideation.
Yeah. So this is a scary thing to realize, that the doctors that are prescribing these medications often do not have the pharmacological background to understand the multitude of interactions. They are relying on charting software that will catch interactions, that they might miss. And I'm not saying that they're not smart. I'm not saying, she's a dummy, because this is a lot of information to intake about a single medication. But it is terrifying that these doctors are not aware of the unique pharmacological impact that any medication could have on a person, and what all the side effects are. They can often be out of date, and what certain new studies have indicated are black box warnings for medication, because it's not a set science. As more studies come out, they will increase that age range. Different populations and people will be put into risk factors, and it's incumbent on doctors to remain abreast of this. And I get that that's a huge amount of information to intake, but this is terrifying as a patient.
Homicidal application. There's a black box warning on Zoloft along with other SSRIs, right?
Under
Yes
age
or no?
for children and adults younger than Lindsay.
Excuse me, doctor, I apologize. Can you just listen to my question and answer it yes or no? Is there a black box warning on Zoloft?
Yes.
Okay. And a black box warning is required or prescribed by what? The FDA?
Probably.
Probably. And it basically warns that, especially with young people or young adults, that it may cause suicidal or, God forbid, homicidal ideation. Yes?
Yes.
And you're aware that, in fact, the FDA has determined that that goes up possibly to a 23, 24, 25-year-old. You know that, right?
I think 24 is
24.
what they
All
said.
right, I'll give you 24.
Point of order from the Court of Public Opinion. Heifer, you just tried to say that it was only for young children. How much Big Pharma money have you taken? I don't want to get all Alex Jones or, oh gosh, Jesse Ventura. I'm just asking questions here. But it seems really odd that you are prescribing this like cotton candy and don't seem to be aware. At least you seem to be aware of the party line that it's only small children affected. But you then seem to be equally aware that, given new research, the age limit has drastically increased since studies have been performed. Take bullshit for 800, Alex. I'd like to use my daily double points.
It's possible, is it not, that the SSRIs that get into a person's brain affect a person that's 3 or 4 years older than the FDA cutoff with suicidal ideation or homicidal ideation? It's possible?
There's a lot of development that happens in the brain between ages like up to 24 and closer to 30. The brain is fully matured at past age 24, and so it's less vulnerable than.
How many studies have been done on Zoloft and its, interaction with the female postpartum human brain and any sort of, black label effects or warnings that have been noted in that particular population? Because if we are aware that the brain is malleable until the age of, generally accepted 25, 26, then is there a possibility that brain chemistry could be altered in the postpartum, hormonal state that could, translate to medicines having different interactions with a hormone flooded postpartum brain? Just asking for a friend, have any studies been done? Before we said that Zoloft was safest because, at least to our limited testing, it doesn't pass through the breast milk.
In a younger individual.
So with 24, you're suggesting as a cutoff, are you suggesting to the jury that a drug that increases the risk of suicide in a 24-year-old patient cannot increase the risk of suicide in a 29 or a 30-year-old patient? Just a little bit.
Now, I will say that I would have gone with this particular tact. I would not have gone with the age being a relative construct because I don't feel that that's a winning point. Or it makes more sense than the fact that pharmacological studies have not had the time or have not engaged in studies of the postpartum female brain and the interaction with Zoloft or any SSRIs to a large enough study that we can even say, yes, there's an increase in the black label warnings for this type of brain, or no, there's no indica that there is an increase. Basically, she's using the fact that they haven't studied it to say it doesn't exist. And this is the kind of medical gaslighting that is killing some of us.
I don't believe there's evidence that it causes that at all in individuals over 24.
So, as a psychiatrist who had the ability to issue these types of medications to patients and citizens, what research did you do on Zoloft and suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation?
I was taught extensively about SSRIs and suicidal ideation in my training.
Vermont, right?
In Vermont, in Boston, yes.
Okay, so in Vermont was when you get your medical degree, right?
Yes,
And in Boston would be when you were a resident, right?
yes,
And then you had board certification on general psychiatry, right?
yes.
You can have a certification on the subspecialty, right?
There are certain subspecialties, yes.
Right, and some of the subspecialties deal with postpartum or women that are pregnant and have babies and have psychiatric symptomology.
There's no board certification for perinatal or reproductive psychiatry.
Well, there are plenty of classes that are recognized as, for example, at Harvard Medical School, there's an annual class or symposium, if you will, for postpartum. Have you ever been to that?
No, sir.
What have you done to research or to improve your education? I understand you went to med school and that you were a resident. What programs, continuing education, symposiums have you attended since you got the ability to prescribe these medicines to people?
I have not attended a symposium.
Have you attended anything?
Not a single symposia? Look, I would just go to symposiums so I could say symposia as a plural, because it's always been a fun word. And usually they have lanyards and nerds, and I love both of those things. And usually esoteric conversation that I just want to dig in and have no personal, capacity or understanding about. That being said, I'm much more like this line of attack rather than the age. While I do think there is a component of reality in the age, I just don't think that it's as applicable to this particular case. And I do like the fact that he is making very clear that whether it was her or her practice that marketed her as an expert, the reality is she has not done any further education before you can. Oh, and Samantha Shoelover does make a good point. Not sure legally you can do those studies. Who wants to be a guinea pig post-birth and in animal trials? I don't think is so fair point. But the fact is that we don't have the knowledge in the study to say how the postpartum brain actually, documentedly reacts. We are building those studies now. We are essentially the human guinea pigs. Samantha Shoelover, I don't know how I feel about the general population of America and the world being the guinea pigs, but we are essentially participating in the largest female reproductive mental health human experiment in history with these medications, I guess. And that's terrifying. Because when you boil it down, that's objectively what we're looking at. And I get the ethical and realistic bars against a study of this kind, but when you look at it in those stark, reductive measures, it is scary.
I have not, but I have done a lot of reading on my own, of research and guidelines about this area in psychiatry.
Did you tell Lindsay when you were going, because one of the things that you guys are always concerned about is what's called informed consent, right?
Yes.
And what is informed consent? What does that mean?
It
In a
means
medical sense, not just like out in the street or something.
explaining to a patient the risks and benefits of treatment, and possible alternatives, and making sure that the patient understands what you're saying.
Now, when you were going over the symptomology or when you were going over the side effects of Zoloft, one of the side effects of Zoloft is, and I quote, severe trouble sleeping, right?
Yes.
Did you tell her that?
Well, insomnia is listed as a side effect.
No. You already said yes.
For the love of God, answer the question. It's labeled there clear as day, severe insomnia.
Well, it says that you can maybe have a little trouble not taking an.
Never go full Jan Owens. Never do it. Don't do it. Especially, and I didn't think it would need repeating or even mentioning, but when you're representing yourself and your license and your medical degree, but also your profession, I what the hell is going on here? Giblets in a handbasket. Usually I am never without words. My flab is gasted. Dragon's gravy, don't worry. I'm in vengeful mode, so holy crap. Is there an EpiPen for stupid? I feel like I'm getting ready to have an allergic reaction. This is an acute level of stupid I'm being asked to process. I believe she is beginning to realize how incredibly awful this looks for her and her continued career as oh, interesting, Air Force. I did not know that. No, it continues. She is bringing a weaponized level of stupidity that hitherto I thought only Daryl Brooks and Sarah Boone, who I do need to touch base with. They do have their own shenanigans going on, but I tend to only have the bandwidth for one trial at a time. Buckle in, y'all. Buckle in. I think the stupid is going to get stupider. And dear God, never go full plaid, ma'am. You are dangerously close. You are skirting ludicrous right into plaid. Never go full plaid. I will let you know subtly in the way that only I can be subtle. Obvious sarcasm is obvious. When she goes full plaid, I think we're nanoseconds away.
You know what, did you tell her that Zoloft has a side effect of giving the patient severe trouble sleeping? That's all.
So I didn't use the word severe because it typically doesn't cause severe trouble sleeping, but I thought you were referring to when she told me that she did have severe trouble sleeping, and that was true.
That's what she told you, right? That she had severe trouble sleeping, right?
She told me, yes.
And you know that one of the side effects of Zoloft is, let's say, trouble sleeping. You know that, right?
Yes.
Your answer is yes. The jury has to be able to hear you.
Yes.
And why would you prescribe Zoloft to a young woman who's postpartum, who's coming to you with anxiety, who's telling you she can't sleep, she's got all of these symptoms, and you prescribe a medication that would have a side effect of trouble sleeping?
Speak up. I'm a little deep in this area.
Individuals have very varied responses to medications. Some have no side effects, some have one or two. It's impossible to predict, but Zoloft is a top choice, a first-line medication for her.
Says who?
Says it's the general consensus
No,
among
but
psychiatrists.
the lawsuits
Hold on, again, we can't have both of you talking at the same time. So let her finish her answer, and then I'll give you plenty of time to follow up any questions regarding her answer. So,
I feel like I need the stash of truth so I can, consult it along with, and I haven't been able to break one of these out yet. If you're new to streaming with Mo, I tend to deal with my emotions with props, somewhat like Carrot Top, only watchable. No offense, Carrot Top, you gave me some ideas. Yes. I believe it is time to employ the soul patch. I feel as though my contemplation will be assisted and my intolerance to stupid will be assuaged by the application of a saucy little just Inspector Goatee. I feel very Backstreet Boys, the old one. Bye, bye, bye.
you finish your answer on that?
There's extensive research supporting the use of sertraline in this instance, and the general consensus among psychiatrists is that is a first-line safe medication for individuals, including postpartum women.
How about the kids that shoot other kids in high schools and the lawsuits that come out of that against Zoloft? You ever read about them?
Overruled.
Sorry?
You didn't get it?
I wasn't sure what the question was.
The question was, in response to your observation about how all the psychiatrists think it's a very, very safe, wonderful first-line drug, and you researched it. How about the kids that kill other kids in schools with the lawsuits that arise out of the use of SSRIs? Have you ever researched that?
I don't know much about that.
You know about the SSRIs and messing with someone's brain, they shoot people for no reason, right?
I'm not aware that that's linked to SSRIs.
Have you been on the internet since 2016, ma'am? You claim to be a young doctor woman. Have you ever gone to the internet? Ever? The even if you want to say that it is an anecdotal, link in the fact that every single one of these mass casualty events seem to be perpetrated by someone who's on a cocktail of SSRIs, even if there's not a clinical, study yet. Anecdotally, you have to know that there is at least the perception publicly that there is a link between SSRIs and mass casualty events. Oh God. Do I need a unibrow of truth? Like, what level of facial hair protection do I need to make this make sense? Because I fear that there are not enough stickers in my arsenal. Good God.
So you didn't really talk to her about increased risk of suicide, and 24-year-olds are down because she's 4 or 5 years older than that. You didn't talk to her about the trouble sleeping that can be a side effect. But you described that there's other drugs that you could have given her that would be perfectly safe and calming and allow someone with no psychiatric history to sleep better, right?
Not necessarily.
Now, upside down, it definitely looks just like I have a mustache affixed to my forehead. As a person who may practice these kind of things in the mirror, look, I am dedicated to my mockery. Now, I enjoy that you can really almost see my East German heritage here. I feel like I could have done great things for the 1984 snooker, Olympic team.
Okay, so you prescribed her with the Zoloft. It was 25 milligrams, right?
Yes.
And when you prescribed her with the Zoloft, 25 milligrams, was that increased up to 0.05 milligrams, or did you increase it at some point?
The instructions were to increase it to 50 after 1 week.
After 1 week.
Yes.
And you expected that she would listen to your instructions, right?
Yes.
And she did, right?
She waited about a month, but then yes, she did.
Why did she wait a month?
I think it took her some time to decide whether that was truly what she wanted to do.
Right, she was afraid of the drugs, wasn't she?
She was afraid of side effects.
And she didn't want to take the pills, did she?
She eventually did want to take the pills because she wanted to feel better.
A month later, right?
Yes.
So you prescribe the Zoloft, SSRI, and then you tell her after a week to increase it, and she doesn't take that medication for a month, correct?
Correct.
And then she did take the medication, right?
Yes.
And did you meet with her or talk to her before she actually started to implement that particular regimen?
I had met with her beforehand, but I was not aware of when she made the decision to go ahead and take it.
So you met her on the 15th of September, right?
Yes.
When was the next time you met her?
Can I check?
Sure, of course, absolutely. You can look at anything you want.
September 28th.
And on September 28th, did you discuss with her the fact that she was afraid to take the Zoloft?
Yes.
And did you recommend that she do that?
Well, she said that she was feeling better at that point and
It's
wasn't
a
sure.
real easy question. When you
Sure.
talked with her, did you recommend that she increase or take the Zoloft?
At that visit, I don't think that I did.
Okay. So when did she actually take the Zoloft?
She told me in her October 20th visit that she had taken it 1 week prior.
And she told you that when she increased it in accordance with your instructions, she went off the rails, right?
I don't think she used those words, but she had
What words did
side
she
effects.
use for you as her doctor?
She felt awful.
Awful. Why did she feel awful? Did she have a stomach ache? Did she have a headache? Why did she feel awful?
She did have some stomach aches. She had some diarrhea and had a difficult time eating. She also had increased anxiety. She had some more depressed feelings. She had more difficulty sleeping.
And what was your advice to her as her doctor on the 28th of October, after she told you about the effect the Zoloft had on her?
I told her to stop it, stop the medication.
Okay. Now, Zoloft being an SSRI, and a patient that is taking the Zoloft, 0.05, we spent Friday afternoon going over the drugs, and 0.05 milligrams is the lowest dose and all that. That's the dose that is prescribed to people invariably, correct?
It goes up to 200, but that is a starting dose.
For pretty much all of you psychiatrists would agree with that, right? 0.05, right?
50.
50, okay. And you then told her to stop.
Yes.
What does it mean to titrate something?
To slowly increase the amount.
What do you tell patients when they're on an SSRI as to weaning them off the SSRIs?
Depends what the dose is. If it's a high dose, you need to slowly decrease the dose, so kind of the opposite of titration.
I've always been told no matter how small, like, don't just cold turkey. These are just my doctors, and given the given how I have been bitching about the medical industrial complex, but even the ones that I didn't think had a human spark of compassion in them told me not to cold turkey stuff, that these were incredibly, again, even if it's the first line med, it's still a med that's affecting your brain, which affects every bit of how you perceive and interact with the world. Just because it's a first line and a small dose is still it's affecting the most important organ we have when it comes to self-control and regulation. Why do I feel like a crazy like I feel like when I have become the voice of reason, something has gone desperately wrong.
But if it's a low dose to begin with, you can stop it.
Are you supposed to tell a person that's on an SSRI to stop immediately or to slowly withdraw from it?
At 50 milligrams, it is perfectly fine to stop it immediately.
So you didn't have any concerns at all about telling her to immediately stop taking the Zoloft? And what did you do? Put her on another drug?
Not immediately.
Okay. So did she relate to you on that October 28th meeting that you had? Was it the 28th or the 26th?
I met with her the 21st and then the 26th.
Okay. Now, on the 26th of October, what did she tell you her condition was?
So she was feeling.
Oh, no, I didn't mean, I guess my question was, is there a general school of thought? And I was only going by my personal history, but every time I've been switched from one medication to another, they haven't told me to abruptly stop. They've told me to kind of, taper down. Uh, Now, personally, as someone who has never felt anything with SSRIs, um, that particular class of drugs, I've never, I don't know. I'm not a genius, Symbiosis. I don't know. You're a neuroscientist. I'm not. I just know that as a person who seems to get all of the side effects with every medication, regardless of what class or level or anything, I guess a little respect for how hard it is on a body when you're trying to assess whether this is the medication, current mental health or pain condition or, side effects. It's very hard to be able to and to a clinician's point, when a patient like I myself don't know sometimes if I'm feeling sick because of CRPS or, POTS or any number of things. So I'm not saying that diagnostic, endeavors are easy, especially with that disconnect, I feel kind of expressing myself. But I wish there would be more consideration for the toll that it does take when the side effects are bad. Um, and I don't know how to fix this, but I know that there's a disconnect there. Uh, so I would hope that maybe there could be working together to fix the system to make more effective things. Give me more time to ruminate, basically, uh, Synambios, and I will figure it. I will come up with a more clear answer because that is a really good question, and I think we have to take questions and look at the reality from all sides. Because there is going to be a reality, and there are going to have to be compromises and things that can be logistically achieved. And what is reality and what is pie in the sky. So thanks for giving that. Thanks for giving that perspective as well.
Back to how she was before the Zoloft, which is not great still, and that she was considering a new medication.
So she was considering it. Did she do research on medication as to what medication she wanted to take? Is that what you're telling this jury?
She didn't specify exactly what medication she wanted to take, but that she wanted to try something else because she was still having significant anxiety.
So when you say she wanted to try something else, I'm just asking, did you tell her what you recommended she try, or is that something that she decided she'd do on her own?
No, I gave her my recommendation.
Okay. The only reason why I ask that is that, a lot of times people might think that she's a psychopharmacologist, that she's a heart surgeon, that she's a vascular surgeon, that she knows everything about medicine. That's not true, is it?
No.
Would you agree with me that prior to telling her to stop the Zoloft, that one of the concerns that you had is that Zoloft affects anxiety and affects sleep, and you hope that it treats the underlying anxiety by balancing brain chemistry and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? And you'd agree with me that it does, as a side effect, have an impact on a person's falling asleep or staying asleep as a common side effect, right?
It can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone, but it certainly happens to some. But it is temporary. That's the important distinction. Is that there are many side effects that disappear entirely, and then the medicine is quite helpful for those certain conditions.
That's it.
Yes.
She had problems sleeping, didn't she?
Yes.
Even after the Zoloft, right?
Yes.
So you, not her, you recommended a particular drug that she should take, right?
Yes.
And again, as it relates to what one would expect a young woman who's a labor and delivery nurse to know about psychiatric medication, what is methadone? Do you know?
I'm sorry?
Methadone.
I'm not sure.
How about hermababate? B-A-T-E, Hermabate. How about that? You ever heard of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
That's what's used to administer to a woman who's going through birth. You don't have an obligation to know that, do you?
No.
You have an obligation to know about psychiatric medications, though, right?
Yes.
There's a difference between what's known as nescience, which is not knowing what you have no duty to know, and ignorance, which is you don't know what you should know. Is that fair?
Yes.
So, did you ever gauge Lindsay's knowledge or ability to judge what medication would be good for her?
So that was my role.
Right.
I didn't expect her to know significantly the details about different psychiatric medications.
Is it important to know that a woman that's coming to you because of postpartum issues, shall we say, had prior problems in prior deliveries?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're on the front line of healthcare for pregnant women when someone comes to see you, either pregnant or after having a baby, right?
They're usually referred by a therapist or an OB, but yes.
Okay. So being on the front line and dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with pregnant people before they have babies, right?
Yes.
And after, correct?
Yes.
Did she have any prior issues with her prior babies?
I knew that she had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson?
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because.
Excuse me, that means you didn't write it down?
Yes.
So what is it, your memory that we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by memory about what? I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Hold on. It's
Dear Lord, we need a palate cleanser. Now, usually I have these pulled up, so give me a second. Now, I am going to use uh, one of the strongest, absurdist clips in my arsenal. I do need to let it be known, uh, that this is just how we, we deal with ridiculous here. Uh, and not to, take away any respect from the trial, but dear Lord, she's without any of the wisdom. For as Tolkien said, evil cannot create. It can only mimic and create twisted forms of what good is. But we are going to take a quick break for our mental health. So, like I said, you guys, covering these hard trials, I generally have a clip or two that is just pure shenanigans because sometimes we need a little bit of a break, or at least I know I do. Now, this is one of my heavy duty clips. I would not recommend drinking any of this or drinking anything or attempting to drink anything during this clip. You will be snort laughing too much. You have been warned. Drink at your own safety. I am not liable for any snort choking.
Diabetes.
Thank you, Wilford. Diabetes.
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 Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes.
Diabetes. Diabetes. Diabetes.
So, you got diabetes.
God bless you, Wilford Brimley. Although I'm still mad at you for being shirtless in Cocoon. Of all the warning signs that my early childhood needed, that was one of them. And your endorsement of pocket catheters and the fact that I know what a pocket catheter now is. Um, Other than that, you have brought me joy with this clip so much. Thank you, sir. Such an ass. I am such an ass. Look, this is how I deal with stuff. Oh, and JKD Buck is right. He does in fact have the diabetes ringtone in his Discord. I may or may not have that for certain people in my life now. And if you think I'm talking about Mr. Mo, then yes, I am talking about Mr. Mo. Oh crap. Switch screen, pretend to be a professional.
And then we'll get right back into the case. So first, let me ask the questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard
Oh
any?
crap. Oh Lord, how far are we into this? Think we were. Yeah, we talked about that. And the poster set up, yeah, the poster board. We should be nearing a break. Usually the judge is pretty on it as far as
SRI. And a patient that is taking the Zoloft from the 0.05 history and increasing serotonin, right?
Yes.
Is that fair? And you'd agree with me that it's front line dealing with these people, and you advertise that you deal with the pregnant people before they have babies, right?
Yes.
pictures with her prior babies?
I knew that she had had some anxiety symptoms with her prior, after her prior child was, after her second child was born.
And that would be Dawson?
Yes.
And when she saw you after having Callan, how old was Dawson? If you know?
A few years old, maybe 2 or 3.
Did she tell you what the side effects were after she had Dawson?
She did. I did not list them because,
Excuse me, that means you didn't write it down?
yes.
So what is it, a memory that we'll go by that, right?
Sorry?
We'll go by your memory?
Go by memory about what?
Sweetie, I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the medical world, very much like the legal world, document it or it did not happen. So unless you documented that you discussed the patient's prior, medical history or trauma or, difficulties with the first or that particular pregnancy, what he's getting to is uh, in order to, so what the malpractice and what the civil lawsuit is going to look a lot like is going through the notes, and only by the notes, experts are going to decide whether this is the standard level of care or not. And basically, what he is pointing out is that while she can, on the stand, say all of this, if you were just an outside individual, say another psychiatrist offering, an opinion on this case, because she didn't document this, there's no way for that, interrogating outside party to know any of this. Thereby, she had incomplete notes. If she wants to opine about this, if this was important to her clinical diagnoses, it should have been documented, if only to cover her ass. It should be documented that they went through the history, what that anxiety was like, and how it was either similar or different to this, and what helped or did not help in that situation. At least that's how I was taught to document things. Now, again, I was just a physical therapy assistant at at aquatic rehab center, so I was in no way a doctor or anyone high up.
I don't recall exactly which side effects she said, but I recall that they were some of the very common ones, the ones that are temporary.
Hold on. You're telling this jury that you don't recall what the side effects were that she told you, but your memories that they were general, common? Is that what you said?
Yes, because if they were anything else, I would have documented it.
Well, how
And
long she took Zoloft? Did she take Zoloft, SSRI, after having Dawson?
I think she took it for about a week.
You think? Or she did?
She did.
So isn't that something that would be indicative of the fact that there was some psychiatric issues after she had her second child?
Yes, but she did not describe them as being severe.
Well, as a psychiatrist, can you ask her whether or not they're severe? Is it just
This woman has to be the clinically most uninterested person I have ever met, because I I am a nosy body. Uh, if I know there is something that is bothering you, I will ask you in an attempt to understand what you're going through or to try to help you. It can come across as incredibly intrusive and detailed questions, because I want to get to the bottom of things. But how do you ask a question? There were indica of, past psychiatric issues that y- I would just like to say that this isn't how you should document based on my very limited understanding of documentation and patient care, and I understand that I was in a very different place in the medical totem pole, so I had much more interaction with patient, and therefore, my ability to interact and be compassionate was much more important um, at the front lines of it. But this is sad.
Wait for them to tell you.
Based on her description, they did not sound severe.
Tell me about bipolar. What's bipolar?
Bipolar is a mood disorder that has both depressive episodes as well as episodes of mania.
Is it your understanding that if a person has a difficult birth and in fact has some psychiatric attributes as a result of that difficult birth, that you should not prescribe SSRIs to that person because they could be bipolar?
Having a difficult birth does not, it's not a contraindication to an SSRI.
So after she had her second child, she took Zoloft, and you did not detail any side effects, and you don't remember any side effects. Do you agree that Lindsay had, at this point, a history of mental problems during postpartum?
She had a history of anxiety postpartum.
Anxiety to the point that she was prescribed an SSRI?
Yes.
And she also had mental problems when she came to see you, right?
Yes.
So she had mental problems after she had the second child, mental problems after she had the third child, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this is not easy stuff for somebody to be talking about. People get embarrassed in our society if they had mental problems, don't they?
Some do.
She did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
So, not documenting any of the side effects, did you think it would be important to document the side effects of the drug before you prescribed Zoloft a second time? She's telling you that she had. You don't know, but she had side effects with Zoloft. Was it important for you to document the second time that you're giving her Zoloft?
I did not feel that it was necessary to document the specific side effects.
So if someone comes to you as a person who is in postpartum and is all the symptomology that she had related to you, that if she told you that she was on Zoloft after her second child and had side effects, you don't think it's important to document the side effects, number one, right?
It depends what the side effects are.
Which we don't know because you didn't write them down, you don't remember it.
I would have written them down if
No,
they
not
were.
what you would have done. What did you do? No, go ahead.
I would have written.
Doug Judge. Although, Doug Judge, you just got recently overruled in a very similar case of allowing the Commonwealth to bring in incredibly emotional and prejudicial cumulative evidence. You are new at your job. You should document everything. You should be worried about making a mistake. You have an incredible responsibility. People are entrusting their mental health to you. I'm not trying to be a total unrelenting butt monkey, but still, damn, could you show at least like half? Could you have put in 10% of 10% of a half-assed job? I've never had to add an additional 10% to my saying of 10% of a half-assed job. But in this case, could you have possibly just done 10% of a half-assed job?
Them down.
What did you do?
I wrote that she had side effects.
What are they?
I'm not sure.
And then you prescribed Zoloft again, didn't you, in 2022?
Yes.
Do you recall in the period of September of 22, October of 22, into November of 22, that she used the word overwhelmed, told you that she was overwhelmed. Is that correct?
Sorry, which visit are we looking at?
Well, the period of time, September, October, November, she used the terminology that she was overwhelmed.
Yes.
Okay. And when you were treating her, you didn't think that she was just merely overwhelmed with 3 children. You knew she was really struggling, didn't you?
I did.
And it was at that point that you diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition and you prescribed psychiatric meds. Isn't that right?
I prescribed psychiatric medications, yes.
So when you prescribed the Zoloft and told her to increase it, she told you that she was having all these difficulties. You told her to stop. Did you give her therapy when you saw her?
Yes.
What did you do?
I think that I
No,
provided
again, I
reassurance.
apologize, but not what you think. I want to know what you did. That's why you write stuff down. So take your time and look at your notes. What did you do with this young woman for therapy?
On which day?
On what?
Which day are we talking about
When
specifically?
she came to you and told you that she was overwhelmed, and you diagnosed her with a mental illness and prescribed a psychiatric condition for psychiatric meds, what therapy did you give her? Because you told us that when you're on the television, you still give them therapy too, right?
I do.
What did you do?
Well, I'm having trouble identifying exactly when she said the words overwhelmed.
Okay.
So it's hard to pinpoint exactly what I said in a span of, a number of different visits.
Did you indicate that there's information on the website that if a person has an emergency that they should do something?
I did, and I advised her the same.
So basically, if one of your patients becomes suicidal, and on that note, did she tell you at that point, up to November of 22, that she was dwelling on suicidal thoughts?
It was a while before she mentioned anything about suicidal thoughts.
Tell us when.
I might need to look through the records
right
to see
ahead.
when she first did. December 1st.
So on December 1st, what did she tell you?
That she denied feeling suicidal, but that she was.
Dragon's gravy sardbar question. Cymbalta duloxetine is an SSRI used to treat pain, right? I wonder if it contributes to the pain avoidance cycle Squid talked about on her ETM channel. I can speak quite personally about Cymbalta. Again, it being an SSRI and being very clear with my doctor that those do not work with me. We were very clear that this would be a long shot as far as doing anything for me. We tried it at a low dose. I am currently tapering off right now because I will no longer be continuing on it. I didn't get any pain relief from it. Now, I can't tell you the clinical reason why I feel nothing as far as SSRIs. And to give my SSRI bibliography, I've been on Zoloft, Prozac, was it Vivox or Vioxx, Effexor? Let's see, Wellbutrin, Celexa. Oh God, there's a couple more that I forgot, but I have been on all of them because my body is baseline hyper vigilant and hyper aware. And if they work for you, that is wonderful and great. I am not one of those people that denigrates SSRIs as the great Satan. If they work for you, they work for you. But for me, they have never done F all. And as far as for me, Cymbalta, it didn't have any side effects because SSRIs just don't do legitimately anything for me. Now, I have told every single one of my, doctorologists this, and they have all looked at me like, "You are a lying liar who lies. We know better." So I don't know if they don't work for me or I have something missing in my head, but I can only say that I I don't know what SSRIs are supposed to feel like when they're working because they've never felt like anything to me. Um, but I would encourage you if you do have a chronic pain condition, Squid's channel, Evidence Through Motion, not only has Squid, walked the walk of learning how to be a clinician, but she's walked the harder walk of learning of being a patient with a chronic condition and having to deal with the medical system. And as much as I've denigrated the medical industrial complex, um, there are really good clinicians and professionals out there. Yeah, sometimes it seems like they are way few and far between, just because it takes so long for us to find them. But Squid is one of the good ones. She really wants to treat the entire patient, and she gets that not only is a chronic condition, pain and, physical, but it's also got a psychological component, and I would encourage you to check out her channel.
Close to feeling suicidal.
That's kind of like being a fisherman out in the ocean who's worried about the possibility of a storm and is thinking about the storm and is dwelling on the storm, almost in fear of the storm, right?
Objection.
No.
Isn't it?
I guess.
So when she tells you that she's, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, what did she say? She's having suicidal thoughts, or what did she say? All close to it?
She denied having suicidal thoughts, but felt that she was getting close to it.
Okay. So she was dwelling on it or thinking about it, right? Is that fair?
She was fearful of eventually having those kinds of thoughts.
To kill herself.
Yes.
And how frequently were the thoughts?
I'm not sure exactly how frequent they were.
Did you ask her?
It's
Sorry?
very likely that I did ask her the frequency.
Would that be in the medical records? I mean, you see some patients, you have some patients other than LindsayClancy at that point, right?
Yes.
And you document when a patient, my God, when a patient comes in and tells you that she's in postpartum distress and she's close to having suicide thoughts to kill herself, that's important, isn't it?
It's important that I am aware that she's having these thoughts,
What thoughts?
that she is fearful she could become suicidal.
And she told you, I imagine, or you asked, how frequently these thoughts were.
I don't.
And Dragon's Gravy, the only thing I can gently remind you is, if you're anything like me, coming to the realization that, maybe some things need to change with, meds and how you've been treating can come, at least for me, with a large dose of guilt and a lot of stupidity for not speaking up for myself, not being a better advocate, not look. If my brain has any way to bully me, it will bully me. End of story. It does sound like Lindsay was underreporting her symptoms, so there are a lot of struggles where a clinician will have to, try to figure out if a patient is masking or malingering. I'm not saying that this is an easy field of study or practice, but you do have to have a general curiosity and a general willingness to listen, I would think.
have it documented how frequently they were, but that is a question that I usually ask when we're talking about suicidal
When we're
thoughts.
usually testifying in a murder case, we usually have facts that we can tell the jury, not speculate.
Oh dear God, Reddington, someone called the ambulance. Someone called the ambulance. I don't think this look, I speak from the people of pale audacity, okay? This chick is looking whiter than me, and that's a feat, okay? Is someone checking her respirations and her vitals? I'm saying this somewhat hyperbolically, but she is not looking well. And I know this is going terrible for her. And as much as I am in utter disrespect of the way she has presented herself, at the end of the day, she's a human, and I don't want her to fall out on national television. Um, so maybe I wonder if they're going to take a break soon. No.
Objection.
Yeah, sustained.
Did she tell you, or did you ask about suicidal thoughts?
Yes.
What did she tell you? If you don't know, tell us.
No, I know, sorry. But it's what I said before, that that she denied having them, and she wasn't having them. We were meeting, but she felt close to it, close to having those thoughts.
Dragon's Gravy, I don't wanna pry, and, for whatever it's worth for your wife, I went into this unmasking thing, thinking that it would make everything easier, that, taking down the mask would be the thing that would make me not feel like I was burning out. And what it feels like is everything that I've been masking and not paying attention to, is turned up to Spinal Tap 13. I have never in my 42 years had to run to the car to cry. I was so overstimulated. And, I am shocked at the level of profound grief, I'm experiencing. And that's why I am seeking specialized help with doctors that, are more for, you know, complex cases like mine. It's very hard to find a therapist that specializes in, chronic pain and, kind of the host of mental health issues that can come with that. But I am learning that as we try to figure out, what parts of our life we are no longer willing to mask, and what parts of the mask are there to is there to protect us and helps us has always helped us function. Oh. Oh, sorry, Dragon Gravy. Basically, I just didn't want your wife to feel alone if she was feeling a lot of intense feelings and situations about realizing that maybe some of the meds or, care that she'd gotten was maybe not the best for her. But at the same point, she is probably the witness on the stand is probably dealing with cognitive dissonance.
Okay? So would you agree with me that many times patients, especially psychiatric patients, may minimize their symptomology?
Patients sometimes do.
And sometimes when a woman has just had a child and has other little kids at home, they feel worried about the government taking kids away from them because you're a mandated reporter, aren't you? You're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
I am.
And if she told you, I'm having suicidal thoughts, I'm close to it, homicidal, you'd report that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily. I think it really depends on the context, but having suicidal thoughts alone is not a reportable condition.
All right. So basically, we know that she was close to having suicidal thoughts to kill herself, whatever that means. We don't know how frequently she was having them. Yeah?
Today, I don't know how frequently, but at that point, I believe I did know how frequently they were.
Okay. So as a result of
And this is why in medicine as well as law, we document with a full awareness that we will not have a clear memory 3 years from now when we might be called to a panel discussion on diagnoses, a diagnostic panel, maybe a review of case files. We won't have a clear memory of that patient in 3 years. That's human nature. But what we do is document as much as we observe, as we notice. We try to put it in there that this was a subjective, observation. This was an objective observation to give clear understanding to a person who will never see this patient what we did. We are the eyes and the ears for the person reading the chart who doesn't have the patient in front of them to get a clear understanding of their history in a language that they understand. At least that's how documentation was explained to me.
that, you then gave her therapy, I imagine, right? With the television.
Yes,
And what therapy did you give her in November of 22?
I gave her supportive psychotherapy.
And what does that mean? It sounds great. What do you do?
It's listening to the patient and providing.
Sorry, listening to the patient, like when they say they're having.
Hold on. Good. Sustain. Next question.
So,
She could finish the answer.
Right. Next question.
thank you, Doc. Listening to the patient, that would be when, for example, one of your patients tells you after all the treatment that you had provided prior to that, all the symptomology that she had, insomnia, anxiety, and all of that she's close to having suicidal thoughts. That would, I imagine, impact on you.
Yes.
So what did you do with this psychotherapy?
So I provided emotional support and validation
What
and
does that mean? Validation?
encouragement.
What does that mean?
Something like, I understand this is a very difficult time. It really, it varies on the individual.
Okay, did someone General Snoke her? Was she not fully cloned with the full upload of human feelings? Was this a Borg kind of easy bake oven project that just didn't quite? Because look, I am fully aware, self-aware that I tend to pat people. I tend to convey comfort in really weird ways that aren't always, accepted in the nature there. So I observed people and I learned how to sit silently and use a soft voice and not pat people because I wanted to provide genuine comfort to people who were hurting. And I realized that the way I naturally did it wasn't the way that most people receive it. So I get that there is a whole galaxy of communication that you have to sift through as a clinician to pick the right one to reach a patient and all the work that is. But if I can do it as a weird neurodivergent nut like unserious person, how can you not do it as a clinician?
Sure. How about Lindsay?
I don't remember the exact therapeutic words that I used.
Okay. How long did you give the therapy? Validation and all that stuff.
I don't remember exactly the duration.
Be about 10 minutes
Maybe.
through the television, right?
Through the computer.
So, as we pointed out, you tell the people that come to see you, when I say you, I mean collectively Aster Medical, that you would expect that if a person is in crisis, as you guys say, or is suicidal, that they would have to go to a computer or their cell phone, right? They would have to punch in your office, right? Look up the number.
We advise them to call 911 or go to the emergency room as quickly as possible.
How about suicide hotlines? Do you give them advice to call them?
That's an option as well, yes.
Did she call suicide hotlines?
I was not aware that she did.
Did you ever ask her?
I don't think I specifically asked that
How about
question.
not specifically? Did you ask her anything? Did you beat around the bush maybe? You ask her anything about suicide hotlines?
I don't think I asked her about suicide hotlines.
Would it surprise you to know that she called suicide hotline in that time frame, not once, but twice, and was turned away? You guys were in the front line of this, aren't you?
No.
It does surprise me, yes.
It does what?
It surprises me that she called them twice.
And you never asked her if she had ever called the suicide hotline, did you?
I don't think that I did.
Well, I understand. You're a doctor. You're trying to do the right thing. You obviously, this is just horrible, isn't it?
Yes.
She continued on with her treatment with you, correct?
Yes.
What was the next medication that you put her on? Let's say we're up to, I guess would be the October 26th date?
Yeah.
Is that right?
October 26th.
Is that when you prescribed Ativan?
I prescribed that on the 21st.
Sorry?
I prescribed the Ativan on the 21st.
All right. Did you prescribe anything on the October 26th appointment?
Yes.
And what was that?
Buspirone.
Buspirone. And would you agree with me that, is that also Vanspar?
Buspar or
Buspar.
Buspirone are the common names for it.
Okay. You ever heard of Vanspar? V-A-N, V as in Victor, A-N-S-P-A-R? You ever heard of that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And would you agree with me that there are a number of side effects of Buspirone?
Every medication has side effects, but
Okay, so my question is pretty simple. Buspirone, you mentioned it. I'm asking, any side effects?
yes,
What are the side effects?
they could be tiredness or dizziness or
I hesitate to say I know her inner workings, not knowing her. Does she appear like she feels that any of her actions were wrong or that she's questioning them, being exposed to just, the simple Socratic method? I've been perusing X and I've seen most people very much on, yes, ask her all these questions. I have seen some people, why is he being so mean? If you think the Socratic method is mean, dear Lord, he's simply questioning the logic she used to make her decisions. If that's mean, then I weep for humanity. That's how we weed out ineffective, obvious ineffective thought patterns like this. Had anyone at any point looked at the med note or the doctor notes and said, none of this seems like a really good anything. How'd you come to this conclusion? Had there been any sort of roundtable? I've never taken offense to anyone asking me how I logicked out something.
rarely some upset stomach, but it's generally a very, very well tolerated mild medicine.
And do you recall, was she taking any other medication at that point, if you know?
Yeah, she was taking some of the Ativan.
Some Ativan, right? Did you prescribe that to her?
Yes,
When did you prescribe the Ativan to her?
the 21st.
And she was compliant with your recommendations, right?
Yes.
Was she also reporting to you that she was taking Benadryl, like over-the-counter stuff?
It was being used as needed. Yes.
So that's PRN on the records, PRN or whatever, you take it as required, right?
Yes.
And she reported to you that she was taking Benadryl, right?
She reported that. Yes.
And you didn't document how much she was taking, right?
It's only available as one dose over the counter.
Okay.
That doesn't preclude anyone from taking more than one Tylenol. If she would, and here's the disconnect for me, and this is how it comes off as disingenuous. If she was not concerned, the Commonwealth made great importance about her drinking. I would think the abuse of an over-the-counter medication would still be something that, you know, you would interrogate the dosage to make sure that it isn't being used in lieu of a more typical presentation of, you know, a numbing medication, you know, like alcohol or the weed, you know.
Did she re-up the dose over the counter? Do you know?
She didn't tell me that she did.
Did you ask her?
I don't remember asking her about if she increased it. I think she was just taking one of them.
You think? Did you know that Ativan and Benadryl are contraindicated, that they can have a serious impact to the central nervous system and depressant effects?
Yes, but can I explain that when they say
It's never a good look in court to say yes, but now I'm not a lawyerologist, but it's never a good thing to be under oath and say, "Can I explain this?" However bad I imagined this going, I did not imagine it going this bad.
Excuse me, the answer is yes, right? Is the answer yes?
Yeah, if the answer is yes, if that's the question, the Commonwealth may be able to ask you further questions if you'd
Okay,
like.
well, I can't say yes to that entire statement.
All right. Next
Did
question.
you discuss anything about Benadryl combined with Ativan on October 26th?
I don't recall.
On October 26th, was she still worried about suicidal thoughts?
She denied that.
And on October 26th, how did she deny that? Do you have that noted in your record?
I do.
And what does it say?
Patient denies suicidal ideation.
Okay. So there's a huge difference between suicidal ideation and somebody having thoughts of suicide or being close to it, right?
Not exactly.
Well, you knew that the last time you spoke to the woman, she told you that she was close to having thoughts of killing herself, right?
Yes.
And you're her doctor, right?
Yes.
So what do? You just say, do you have, and check the box and say, do you have any suicidal ideation? And she says no, and you check the box?
No, it's not that simple.
Do you ask her, like, well, gee, the last time I spoke to you, you told me that you were close to having suicidal thoughts of killing yourself. Did you pursue that on the 26th of October?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she wasn't.
Now, how long was that appointment, if you recall? Would you agree it was 17 minutes and then there was some therapy?
The entire appointment was something between 25 and 30 minutes.
And that was again through the television, right?
The computer, yes.
Rogue Mama or JKD Buck, if any of you would kindly make me a Reddington's television and mental health care repair service meme, I'm here to fix your TV and your patient care. by way of the Maytag man, I would be so appreciative. I wish I had the skills, but I do not. But there is something about him just poking her every time with the television that just look, it warms the darkened cockles of my black heart.
Computer. Did you also add a drug called hydroxyzine?
Yes.
When was that?
So that was the same visit as an alternative to the Benadryl.
Okay, so on October 26th, when she told you that she was taking over-the-counter Benadryl, I asked you what you prescribed to her, and you said Ativan, right? Right?
Yes.
And then I asked you about the contraindication of Ativan and Benadryl, right?
You asked me about that, yes.
And then you, on October 26th, started her on Buspar, correct?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of Buspar? Is that for anxiety?
Blinky, confidentially, if I know it bothers her at this point, I am doing it on purpose and maliciously. But that I only speak for myself. It might be just a function of how he does things, but there is a little impish part of me that does hope that it is all the intentional, uh, because it makes me smile. You know, so I kind of hope it's all the intentional because I would totally uh and doing those kind of things, those are my acting out. I no longer respect you as a conversationalist, so I am going to try to bait you. It's look, is it a functional way to increase perspectives and win over people? No, no. Is it sometimes warranted? In my opinion, yes. Do I make a lot of friends and keep a lot of frenemies? Also, yes. So,
Yes.
And what kind of drug is Buspar?
It doesn't really fall into a class, but it does act on serotonin.
So it's another similar to an SSRI, right?
It's kind of like a more mild version of an SSRI.
Okay. So she's on Benadryl over the counter.
oh dear God, who allowed vocal fry into this Chernobyl of a disaster? Dear ma'am, look, you are already looking terrible. Let's not add the vocal fry. I was waiting for it to make its dreaded appearance, but the self-defense vocal fry has been engaged. We have gone full plaid. May God have mercy on us all.
Ativan, which is a benzodiazepine, Buspar, which is an SSRI, and then you prescribe hydroxyzine on the same day, right?
They weren't all to be taken at the same time.
What's hydroxyzine?
Hydroxyzine is an antihistamine.
Okay. Is that over the counter, or is that, can you just buy that over the counter, or do you have to go to the back where the pharmacist is?
You have to go to the pharmacist.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, she was taking the medications as she was required, right?
That's what I was told.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's what I was told.
Did you, by her?
Yes.
And did you at any time tell her that she should keep a diary of her medications and keep a diary of any side effects?
Rogue, you are spectacular. Look at these skills, y'all. Mr. Reddington, I hope you take our rather overly aggressive fandom in stride and with the absolute admiration it is intended with. And just realize, look, this is a great sign of respect from the generation that uses computers and not television. It's a way we show love, and we are memeing you, sir, with respect. Just to translate that, and but we'd be willing to send this over VHS as well, if you'd rather. Anything for you, sir. Thank you, Rogue Mom.
Effects that she has?
I didn't instruct her to do that.
You don't have to instruct somebody to do anything, but did you recommend it? Like say, hey, if you're on all these meds, if you're having an effect, you should write it down. When, time, date, anything like that?
I didn't tell her to do that.
Would that be helpful?
Maybe, but usually we go through all of that in the appointments, and we met very frequently.
Now, you'd agree with me that at this point, prior to the next appointment, which was November 2nd, she had gotten significantly worse, even after all this medication that you had been prescribing, right?
Somebody help me. Will there be an answer in my notes? Probably
Did you
not,
make
because
a
I
note
didn't write
that
it down.
She was telling you that she had depression and that she was crying, had more anxiety, insomnia had increased, brain fog, and worrying about suicide.
In the couple weeks after starting those medicines, I don't recall that the symptoms were significantly exacerbated.
Okay. Friday afternoon, you answered the DA and you said that you recall that she used the word brain fog, right?
She used that at some point. I don't recall when.
Okay. What is brain fog?
It's a very subjective feeling that's.
Allow me to pull out my official cripple card to explain to you the terms and conditions in this lovely new thing called brain fog. And oh my gosh, wait for it. There's more Billy Mazing style. I have props. So, brain fog essentially for me feels like I am operating, if you see this, with this part of my brain only. I am only able to intake very little. I'm only able to tolerate very little as far as situational awareness, awareness of my own feelings and reactions, but also future plans. I went from a person who could remember things with a nearly photographic memory of like times, dates, where I needed to go, where my kids needed to be, to having to have Mr. Mo take over as he's retired now, my kids' doctor's appointments, because I would miss appointments even with reminders. It feels like you're operating through a literal fog. Everything is harder. You can function, so, you can fake it, but you're usually exhausted and near a meltdown or crying at the end of the day. You are faking it, but you are so struggling. You are, the smallest little thing can set you off. Your emotional regulation feels like you have the emotional regulation of a toddler. Um, so at least that's what it feels like to me. But let's hear what this learned doctorologist has to say, seeing as she didn't document anything as to what Lindsay what words Lindsay tried to use to explain her brain fog. I mean, what she would have used had she actually asked her what brain fog felt like to her.
Someone might have where maybe it's hard to think of a word that you're trying to think of, or maybe it feels like maybe you're thinking of things a little bit more slowly than you normally would.
And how often was she dwelling on suicide?
At what point?
At the point she told you that she had anxiety, insomnia, brain fog, crying inconsolably.
Objection, if we can have a date.
I think he's going to get to that. Go.
October 26th, heading into November 2nd.
And chat does bring up a very good point that there are the brain is multifactorial. Not only are there the neurotransmitters, these chemicals that SSRIs govern, but there are hormone interactions. There are, pathogens that can get through the blood-brain barrier. There are, diseases that can mimic, symptoms of psychosis. So I'm not saying it's easy to sift through all of these criteria to figure out what's going on, but that's kind of why you went to school. And the problem with all of these things like brain fog, is that they are not linear. They are going to be on a spectra, just like good days with energy, uh, good days with motivation. If you're a frequent yo-yo dieter, you will know the motivation you start out with on Wednesday and that or Monday, and that you lose on a Wednesday. Okay. So we all know that things are not static, especially emotionally. And there does seem to be still a misunderstanding about how things can be presented, that aren't in the extreme kind of Hollywood caricature sort of presentation.
Do you recall, I'll rephrase it, do you recall going into the November month, meeting with her, and she told you that she had brain fog?
It was mentioned at some point. I
Okay.
don't see that on the 26th specifically.
All right, so let's talk about brain fog. Did you ask her what that meant? Because when you say subjective, that means that's her interpretation. That's in her head. She's telling you, right?
Yes.
As opposed to objective, which would be what people in general would think, right?
Yes.
So when she's telling you, in addition to the anxiety, in addition to the crying, in addition to the stress that she was undergoing, she was worrying about suicide, she talked about brain fog. So you must have asked her, what does that mean? Subjectively, what does that mean?
Subjectively means in the patient's, own opinion. That's what their experience is.
Okay, so she's the one that's inside her head, right?
Yes.
So what were the symptoms? What is it? When a patient tells you that they have brain fog, is that something you would consider as being a potential side effect of the medications that you would put her on?
It depends.
On what?
I mean, sometimes it could be, and sometimes it could be unrelated. It's a symptom of depression as well. So sometimes it's hard to tell what it's attributed to.
So at this point, heading into November, your answer was to prescribe more medication, 3 more drugs, right? You prescribed Ativan, or increased the Ativan. What was her load for Ativan at this point? Do you remember?
Sorry?
What was her milligrams, if that's right, or nanograms, whatever it is, on the Ativan, on the script that you had provided her?
Objection, if we could just have a date.
I think she said, if you can answer that, guy.
Which date are we referring to for the Ativan? Because there were. I'm sorry.
She already objected. He already said you can answer it. When did you increase her Ativan and to what level?
So she was prescribed Ativan 0.5 milligrams.
Right.
And then when I next saw her, she said it was a little bit helpful. So I said you could increase it and see if 1 milligram is more helpful.
Did she increase it?
Yes.
And when was the next time you saw her to talk to her on the television or on the computer?
Well, I saw her on the 26th, and then I saw her on the 31st. I'm sorry.
How was she on the 31st? Halloween.
Sorry.
How was she?
That's not my note. That's her therapy note.
Okay. So how about this November 2nd? Was that the next time you saw her?
I saw her on November 2nd.
And she told you that she was hesitant to use the medications, the Buspar and the hydroxyzine, right?
She said she was hesitant to try the Buspar.
She was scared of the drug. She was scared of the drugs, right?
She was afraid to take a medication.
She wasn't doctor shopping and asking you to give her drugs so she could get high. She was asking you for help. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And she was afraid to take the drug.
Now, this in the mountain of stupid in the Commonwealth case is one of the lines of their narrative that never made sense to me. Given that I've been on several of the medications, I can tell you that none of them would be ones that you would ever abuse. They're not high on like the street pharmacology, or formulary list of things that people want. I'm not saying that it's never happened, but again, I have never heard of a case of a person going in and saying, "You know what? I'd really like to score some Boost Bar." Jesus. So this narrative that she was doctor shopping has never made sense to me, and I have never understood the logic in the Commonwealth using it, because as the facts have presented themselves, it's ridiculous.
And told you that she was afraid to take the drugs, right?
She told me she was afraid to take the Buspar.
Did you advise her or counsel her or give her therapy about that? Validations?
Yes.
And what did you tell her?
Well, I advised her of, the risks.
What were the risks?
Well, the risks of medicine, like we had said, sedation or dizziness.
Okay. How about interfering with sleep?
Buspar doesn't usually interfere with sleep.
Not usually? Did you ask her about any thoughts of suicide or being close to having thoughts of suicide?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you that she had any thoughts of suicide at all?
Not at that date.
Did she use those words, or is that a box that you checked off?
I don't remember her exact words, but we talked about suicide or, thoughts of hurting yourself.
Right. And there's a distinction between, in your records and the notation, between suicidal ideation and I quote, worrying about, thinking about suicide. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what did she mean when she told you, as her doctor, that she was worrying about, thinking about suicide?
You mean in the prior appointment?
I'm talking about a woman that's sitting in front of you on your television or your computer telling you that she was worried about thinking about suicide.
Well, on the second, she didn't say that.
Okay. When was the next time that she told you that she was worried about or thinking about or suicidal ideation?
That was the December 1st visit.
Okay. So go back to the November 2nd visit. Would you agree with me that she, after you talked with her for that period, however long it was, that you then brought up 4 medications to her, recommending that they might be safer, and I quote, safer alternatives? Would you agree with that?
I see the word alternatives, not safer alternatives.
Do you remember talking to her about Remeron?
Yes.
Did you recommend that she take Remeron?
No.
Did you ever prescribe Remeron?
No.
And is that mirtazapine, as far as its generic name?
Yes.
And Remeron is an antidepressant, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you did not feel that that would be an appropriate medication for her to take at that time?
It was a very reasonable option, but we didn't decide to start it.
So is this a collaboration? In other words, you and the patient, you would both make a decision as to when to start a drug? Or is it your decision and advice to the patient?
Well, it's ultimately my decision, but the patient's thoughts about the matter are very important. At the end of the day, the patient has to go home and take it themselves. I'm not there to ensure that that is happening or not.
So you had a November 22nd appointment, right?
Yes.
And it was at that time that she told you that she had been to see South Shore Perinatal Clinic, right?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was seeing someone from the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I think she told me that it was because they were exclusively focused on treating perinatal conditions.
Yeah, but so were you, right?
Not exclusively. I'm a general
I
psychiatrist.
see. And did she mention the name of any doctor or nurse practitioner that she was seeing at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
Yes.
Who'd she mention?
I think she said something about Julie.
Paul?
Yes.
Okay. And a woman by the name of Nurse Gelada?
I heard her name a little bit later, but
Okay.
yes.
Did she advise that, in fact, by script, she was using Ativan and Benadryl, and you told her to taper off the Ativan at that appointment, right? Had she tapered off the Ativan?
I think I told her I gave her a prescribed taper prior to that appointment.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You gave her a prescribed taper?
So I told her that she should reduce her dose by 0.25 milligrams every 2 weeks until the medication was stopped.
Did she do that?
I mean, I don't believe that she completely stopped it, no.
No? You don't believe, or she didn't?
Well,
Trying to give the jury facts.
Yeah, she said she was taking Ativan, so no, she didn't completely stop it.
Had she tapered?
I'm not sure how much she had reduced the dose because I wasn't prescribing it again.
Right. So did you know that she had been, or had she been, to any emergency wards between that period of time that you last saw her and when you were seeing her on this meeting?
I know she went to the ER, but I think it was after that.
Okay, which ER did she go to? Do you know?
I think she went to Mass General.
Do you know why she went to the ER?
Because of depression.
So was she treated at the ER? Did they make any, to your knowledge, as her doctor, make any recommendations?
I'm not sure what they told her, but they ultimately
Go ahead.
Discharged her. They didn't admit her.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. Was she put on any medication?
Not from the ER.
When you looked at the records from South Shore Perinatal Clinic, what did they indicate about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicide, close to suicide, anything?
I didn't have access to those records.
You're going to keep your voice up so everybody can hear you. You what?
I did not have access to those records.
Oh God, the subtle petty in that, is masterful. Look, we have come to the point in the trial watching day where I am just noting the subtle daggers he keeps putting in to her career and expertise. Also, stop sighing. And welcome, Nick Starro Raiders. We are watching, well, a masterful cross-examination of I don't even know if shambolic is the word I can use. it is rare that I've said this twice in 1 week, but honest to God, Daryl Brooks might have been more effective than this woman. And the fact that I could say that twice in reference to the Commonwealth's case in 1 week chronologically, if not business week, uh, is profoundly insane. Um, what where In short, we have gone full Spaceballs plaid, we have gone full ridiculous. We are simply watching Reddington destroy this woman's, career prospects. Absolute Jeff would be losing his mind. This woman has shown not an iota of self-awareness, um, or compassionate care or understanding of what her professional role is. Uh, and it has been masterful to watch Reddington break this down in a way that is easy for the jury to digest just how many times her opinion, her subjective whatever, affected Lindsay's care. He's doing a really good job of clearly defining where she decided what was important and not to document, what was important and not to relay to Lindsay as far as side effects and contraindications. So it is a masterclass, in short, and we will get back to it.
Because we're a completely separate clinic.
Seriously?
Objection.
She's visiting with you as a patient.
Reddington has also had it about up to here with this woman's BS.
And you can't access her medical records? Is what you're telling this jury?
I did not have access to them, no.
Could she have signed a release, a HIPAA form?
Yes, she could have.
And you could have got the records,
Yes.
but you didn't.
I did not feel like it was necessary because she provided all the relevant information about her treatment there.
How do you know?
You have documented for the last, I think we are on documented visit 13 or 11. You've documented that she's been a poor, you know, basically she has a very poor understanding of her own mental health state by, as evidenced in your note by you stating that her affect didn't match what she was saying, that she appeared anxious from what you could see of her face. So you didn't believe Lindsay, according to the Commonwealth, you didn't believe she was compliant or listening to you or able to, you know, perceive that she was simply more depressed than she was willing to process and that the medications were doing nothing.
She's got a mental disease and she's suing you and she's on all this cocktail of drugs. How do you know that she is an accurate historian at this point in her life?
It felt very accurate when she was able to recall the names of the medicines, doses of the medicines, specific days. She provided a lot of incredibly detailed information. So it showed me she was capable.
She went to school for this, correct? Like, this isn't like Ashton Kutcher isn't gonna jump out and tell us that she, like, went to, I don't know, some defunct, Filipino psychiatry school, right? Like, she didn't like, her parents didn't have to send her to Ecuador to go to psychiatry school. Um Legitimately, how the Commonwealth proceeds after this, I have no idea. And this is only their first mental health witness in direct line of Lindsay's care, mental health care.
Of doing that.
So when you talked to her husband, Pat, how many times did you talk to her husband, Pat?
I think
Guy
it
was
was,
living with her.
I think it was once.
And he came to your office, right? No, he didn't. He got on the television or on the computer screen, right?
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was the December 16th visit.
So let's,
Reddington, before we get to that,
okay.
probably a good spot to stop. We're going to take the morning recess, and then we'll come right back. Okay?
Garfield and friends.
You all set for the jury?
JKD Buck, I am legitimately not trying to be a smartass. But how do you rehabilitate this? Yeah, I'm sorry. I take forever. There's just so much stupid to dissect.
Court, all right, George Edgar. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay-Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington.
If you would just please look at your medical records that you have in front of you, I believe, and just go back to the October 20th, where you have, I believe, it's called interval history.
I had trouble hearing the date. Can you repeat that?
Sure, October 20th? Sorry.
Okay.
So looking at the interview history, that's when that you decided to start Zoloft. It says a week ago, right?
That's when the patient started it, yes.
Okay, and she then increased the dose, and it says last night, right?
Yes.
And what was she telling you on the computer screen when you were talking to her? What did she say about increasing the dose of the Zoloft?
That she felt awful. She couldn't sleep, had insomnia, which became worse when she increased the dose. She didn't want to eat. She was having diarrhea. Food felt really unappealing. She was more depressed on it, crying all day yesterday, which is not normal for her. She had some mental fog and was terrified to start something new.
Did she also tell you about her anxiety level?
Anxiety was really bad even before med. Now hard to differentiate. Overnight racing thoughts, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts, something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone.
That must have given you concern that you had a pretty sick patient on your hands at that point, right?
I was concerned, yes.
So you gave her some therapy, did you?
I gave
It is a good thing I am not in the courtroom. That was involuntary and it would have happened. It would have happened in the courtroom. So thank goodness Bob Mata has the self-control. I do not. Because holy giblets, that would have been embarrassing. Again, will you be my Obi-Wan Kenobi, sir? I would like to learn the art of sarcasm from you. You are a grand master. I am but a humble Padawan.
her some therapy in conjunction with discussing all of her symptoms and assessing her and managing the medication.
Okay, and again, I apologize. You have to keep your voice up so people can hear you way down here. So when you say you were talking about the symptoms and what did you do? Just talk about the same thing that we had just gone over, the symptoms?
There were
This is the defense attorney, Kevin Reddington. He has been a really, really good lawyer in this case, very zealous and passionate uh, for his client's defense and getting the reality of the care she received versus the way the Commonwealth has been painting it as Lindsay doctor shopping and pill popping and all sorts of shenanigans. He is doing a very thorough and careful, not aggressive, though it can be interpreted that way to people that don't understand the Socratic method. Um, but she is failing spectacularly at justifying her lack of inquisitiveness, her lack of of documentation, and probing questions in the way she cared for Lindsay.
a number of them to discuss in more detail. That's the summary of them.
Okay. So did she discuss it in detail?
And Michelle, be kind to your mental health. This is a rough trial. We are probably going to get all the way through cross, and then finish this stream because this has been a lot to digest and process before we have to deal with the Commonwealth tomorrow. Yeah. Also, look, it's a vain thing and a bit humorous, but you guys, it is rare. In fact, it has never happened that I am not the palest person on screen. Now, this woman was marketably she was several shades darker than me on the pale people chart. This woman is now taupe. But yeah, let's take a puppy kitten break for a second. This is actually, we're going to take a little bit of a longer break, a moxie break. I'm going to use the restroom and get something to drink. So, moxie break, you have about 1 minute and 49 seconds. So, go get your drink, stretch a little bit. If I could do squats, I would encourage you to do a little bit of a movement, even if it's just swinging your arms. Movement is medicine. As cheesy as it is to say, if you move your body with purpose, you do release some endorphins. Now, I have never actually had a runner's high, so I can't tell you just how spectacular your endorphin release will be. But taking a little minute to get resettled and reconnoitered never hurt anyone. So take this break and go get yourself your snack or use the restroom, and we will be right back.
I take it down. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah. I take it down, minute and a half. Yeah. When the dark gets long and the tea is hot, and the motions filed are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sour, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, trying through the mess. Ears perked high and adorable distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional supporters. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave that's slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down post to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grass. When the timeline spirals and things get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip-clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All
Hopefully you got your emotional support energy drink mini can because you're trying not to, be super duper unhealthy. But you still need caffeine to function. And no, she is still looking taupe. Again, note to self, if you are of the pale variety, try a bold color. It will not wash you out. Uh, if you're on the paler end of the spectra, really close to skin color neutrals tend to wash us out rather than making our skin glow. Uh, I speak from experience. So, yeah, avoid looking more and more like Tom Hanks in the Philadelphia Project, okay? Or in Philadelphia. I was thinking Manhattan Project, it said Philadelphia Project, but yipes.
Yes.
Did she tell you that her symptomology at this point on October 20th was so bad that she had to have her mother come and stay with her?
Her mom was coming to provide support. Yes.
She wasn't coming to provide support. She was coming to stay with them, to live with them, wasn't she?
Yes. I don't know for how long, but yes.
Did you bother to ask her why is her mother having to stay with her?
Because she needed some help.
Do you know how long her mother stayed with her?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping in the basement?
I don't.
Do you know that she ended up sleeping with her mother?
I don't.
So you decided that you'd stop the Zoloft and you would monitor closely, right?
Yes.
What does that mean, monitor closely?
Well, I saw her the next day, so that's monitoring, an example of
Okay.
monitoring closely.
So this would be on October 21st that you saw her the next day, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on the 20th, you made reference to the fact that you also recommended that she try fish oil and things of that nature, natural remedies.
Yes.
You also wanted to look into what's called Zulresso, Zulresso.
Yes.
What's Zulresso?
It is a treatment for postpartum depression.
And when you say that you were looking into it, what did you do? Did you find out if it was available and if she could participate in the program?
I did some digging online to see where it is done and how to do it. I hadn't officially recommended it, so I had not started that for her. It's not really an easy medicine that I can just start because
What? I'm sorry.
sorry, it's not a medication I can start on my own. It is it's infused through an IV in a hospital, so it's a bit difficult to coordinate.
It's a
So you had a cure for the exact thing that she was presenting with, but because little difficult, couple more steps. Nah. Like I was looking into it. It was on my to-do list, sir. What the hell has CERN done to the timeline now? I feel like we have entered a one standard deviation stupider dimension than we were inhabiting a week before. How do I create a class action lawsuit against CERN to stop messing with our current timeline? I cannot keep up with the levels of stupid we are achieving at a quantum level of achievement.
60-hour infusion, right?
It's a long infusion. That sounds right.
And it's about 2.5 days of infusion, and it has to be under hospital circumstance. And the only hospital around here is in Rhode Island, right?
Yes.
And did you ever recommend that she do that?
It was something to consider. I couldn't make the official recommendation because that's not something I prescribe.
Why?
Because you can't pick that up at the pharmacy.
Well, no, obviously you have to go to it.
No, you in your capacity as a psychiatrist would then call the doctor and say, hey, I understand you have a program with the infusion. I have a patient. I'm just imagining this, like, follow me, you guys. So in a normal functional world, this is how I imagine this going. Hello, I'm a clinician. I have a patient on of record, a current patient of record, presenting with these particular symptoms. Um, I know that our locality does not cover this particular treatment, but I think she would be a good candidate. I have had her sign a medical release in order to release her documents and or talk to a consulting physician in a professional capacity to see if she would be a good candidate. "Oh, he's busy? Okay, just have him call me back, when he gets a chance." That's how I'd imagine this works in a functional world. Now in her world, it's like, "Oh my god, sis, that's gonna be, like, so much more work, and I'm going to have to maybe interact with someone who doesn't think I'm the smartest person in the world." For the love of Lemmy of our Motorhead, dear God, how much more dumb must we endure?
Hospital setting, and basically you have an infusion through your veins for 60 hours or 2.5 days, but why didn't you look into it or recommend that she do that?
Well, I did look into it.
So what happened?
She ended up actually going to a partial hospitalization program at the hospital that does it. I don't believe the program was completed, but she went, and I
For one day in which the head clinician of the said clinic, or semi-inpatient clinic, said she was not a good candidate for it. Almost like you would know if you had reached out to any of the clinicians, if you had been at all, you know, worried as a clinician, even to just cover your ass, say you had no human compassion, just to cover your ass and make sure that, this is a very delicate mental health, condition that could come back to bite me all 12 ways to Sunday. I better make sure I'm sending her to a place that's a good fit. You couldn't even be bothered to do that, and then you wonder why you are gonna be held culpable in the court of public opinion, if not a civil court, for your part in what went down here. And by your part, I mean your monumental incompetence, in my opinion.
advised her to discuss it with them because they have access to that medicine. I don't have access to it.
Of course not. Is this Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island that you're talking about?
Yes.
So when you looked at the medical records for Women and Infants Hospital, did they make reference to your inquiry for Zolressa?
I never received records from women and infants.
Did you ever look at them or even online?
Online?
Yeah, like online, like you do when you talk to patients.
No.
Oh, Reddington, I would attempt to give you a hug that would end in an awkward pat, but I really wanna give you a hug. Look, I was able to hug, Valhalla. Oh my god. Reddington, just when I think I can't love you anymore, I love you more.
No, I never got access to them.
Why?
It's similar to South Shore. It's a completely separate hospital that I don't have access to. I don't work there.
I am guessing that every major hospital is going to have a portal in which, doctors who would be involved in the disparate healthcare, treatments, say a psychiatrist if they wanted to, with a medical document release signed by a patient could have access. And I think that's what he's trying to make clear here is that a psychiatrist who is at all interested in a clearly declining client, a clearly deteriorating client, would have done more. And I'm guessing that every major hospital that now engages in, digital charting would have an easy way or a platform which a doctor could again, with all the clearances and HIPAA kind of checked, could study and access their patient, their records.
Of course you don't work there, but you're a doctor and you're treating a patient who's got medical records that you could access through a HIPAA release, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you do that?
Well, she didn't ultimately end up having any treatment there, so it didn't seem necessary.
She didn't end up having any treatment there, so it didn't.
And again, the negligence here would be the fact that she has documented in her notes in previous clinical setting or clinical appointments with Lindsay in particular, that she is not a reliable narrator. So the fact that she is going forward and continuing as she is noting that Lindsay is continuing to deteriorate is not able to accurately identify or do a self-inventory of her current mental status. She is paradoxically relying on self-report. So it doesn't make logical sense how you are documenting, and that is where the incompetence is going to be a big issue for her, because you have to make it sound reasonable. And how is that reasonable?
Seem necessary. You can't just walk into that place and say, hey, I'd like some Zaressa, can you?
I don't exactly know how it works.
And then again, on that date, which would be October 20th.
I need to share Rogue's latest masterpiece. I cannot wait for redirect tomorrow. I do not have the emotional bandwidth to get into it today, but I have to remove uh Redding our Reddington fan club. But oh my god, you guys. This is tomorrow. She is, if she doesn't bring me like bring in a bad touch doll, I'm definitely gonna have to I'm going to have to amalgamate one of my own tonight, because this woman's gonna need like emotional support therapy. She might need an emotional support Furby after this. I don't know what level she will have regressed to in her childhood to feel better about herself after this. I should not take this much pleasure in this, but she sure as hell took pleasure on direct at making herself sound super duper smart and omnipotent. And this is where humility really works out. Because if you admit that you are practicing the art of medicine, um, and you're humble about it, and you admit that there are parts of psychiatry and stuff that are still, we're still studying. I think if she had gone into this with any bit of humility and curiosity, we wouldn't be here today, and that's the really sad part. And yeah, part of that might be hubris, part of that might be youth, but it has a real life cost, and it's way too high, and we can't just let it go. I have a funny story. My mom used to make anatomically correct dolls for courts, and we often had little peens on our coffee table. That sounds like a great childhood.
In terms of looking at the records, you checked off the boxes again on objective findings, mental status exam, appearance, speech, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me for a minute. Good. So when she she was telling you on that date that she was in quoting your record, paranoid of getting suicidal thoughts and something bad happening, doesn't want to be alone. What did she mean by that?
Well, those were a lot of her words.
Right, isn't that a concern? If the patient is telling you she doesn't want to be alone, why didn't she want to be alone?
Because she was very anxious and had the feeling like something bad might happen.
Okay. Did her mother ultimately and dad come to stay with them?
Yes,
How long did they stay with them?
I don't know.
When you talked to the mother and the father, did you say to them, what is she doing? How does she appear? Is she in bed all day? What did they tell you?
They never called my office, so I never spoke with them.
They never called your office?
They never called me or sent a message, so I did not have communication with them.
So it's their fault that they didn't call you, the doctor, I guess, right?
Sustain. Next question.
So, do you think maybe it would be reasonable if you had a doctor and you're investigating the patient's symptomology that you might, when you know that the parents are staying with her, that you would make a phone call yourself?
It's not typical when you have an adult who is able to advocate for themselves to speak with their parents.
So,
Except that you have documented that she didn't have a coherent, in your words at least, grasp of how she was emotionally feeling. Your words were on direct that she was unable to identify that she was more depressed and she was blaming the medication for her actual mental health state. She was unable to determine the reality, in your opinion, that she was in fact just more depressed than she was willing to admit. And you are willing to stand on that and, declare it with snark and give Mr. Reddington, the death eyes. But then you took her word for how she was telling you how she was feeling. Again, that does not square. That does not logic out. And of everything you've presented here, I do think that you have a mind capable of understanding that that doesn't logic out.
while she is telling you about her symptomology and tearfulness and crying and unable to get up and anxiety and the medications and the mental illness that she had, you felt that she could advocate for herself?
Yes,
Okay, on the television, on the computer.
yes,
The next time you saw her was on October 26th, is that correct? And you can pull up your record.
yes,
Now, and if you look again at the interval history where you put down what's going on in the patient's life that time, this is when she indicated that she's back to where she felt that she was before Zoloft, which was not great, and that you guys were considering a new medication. Is that right?
yes,
And then you started her on Ativan, as we talked about, right?
yes.
And then you started her on the buspirone, right?
Well, she had already been started on the Ativan, and then we added the buspirone.
So my question was, you started her on buspirone, right?
Yes,
Okay. And also you added hydroxyline as needed, right?
yes,
And you continued the Ativan, correct?
yes,
Did you discuss side effects with her at that point?
yes,
Did you also discuss starting Remeron or pregabalin?
yes.
What did you tell her about Remeron and pregabalin?
Why did they have her on Lyrica? Now I know I was off-brand Lyrica for pain relief, but Lyrica made me feel like I was playing myself in a video game. I felt like I was operating myself from a remote control. That has probably been one of the scariest medications in my entire life. Not only that, but it screws with your vision. So imagine not being sure or not feeling anything, kind of feeling like you're detached from your body. You're still in a lot of pain. You can still do everything, but you also have periods where your eyes will fuzz out on you for no reason. And when you try to explain these symptoms, you're told that they are common and they should go away, but they never went away for you. There is a large gap between how symptoms are labeled and how they affect your life. And part of medicine should include quality of life. Just because you can function on a medication doesn't mean you're having a high quality of life.
I don't think I went into any detail about those medicines, just that those might be things to consider in the future.
And then you saw her on October 31st, right?
That was her. I think that was just a therapy appointment with a different provider.
Would that be Jennifer McAllister?
Yes.
So it's a different provider in the sense that she works for Astor, right?
Well, yes, it just wasn't myself.
Right. So on October 31st, they did a suicide assessment, or she did, right, McAllister?
I wasn't there.
Well, I know you weren't there, but these are medical records that have been introduced into evidence that the jury's going to have in the jury room.
Objection, is that a question?
No, good. Next question.
McAllister did a suicide assessment apparently, right?
I'm sure she assessed
No,
for
look at
suicide.
the record, please.
Where do you see it? Sorry.
Where it says suicide assessment. There's only 4 pages for October 31st.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there would be 8 because it's 2 sides.
So that is the assessment that you go through. If somebody reports any thoughts of suicide, then you ask those questions, which go into a lot more detail about them.
So here you have a patient who's already reported to you as a psychiatrist that she's got suicidal ideation, worried about suicide, worried about killing herself days before October 31st. And a suicide assessment was done by McAllister, right?
I wasn't there. You would have to ask her.
Well, maybe I will, if she
Okay.
comes in.
Okay.
Why don't you tell me what the record shows? Did they
Also, she's the treating psychiatrist. Whether or not she was there, she should be abreast of all documents and notes regarding a deteriorating patient that she is concerned about, with complaining of, extreme symptomology with her medication. Again, it doesn't matter if it's real or perceived, it needs to be documented because it could be a sign that she's either not being compliant with her medication, she is being compliant, and the symptoms are indicative of something else or an interaction between the medications, or that, there is something else wrong, or the medication is either covering or hiding these things. There are many things you need to look at. So, um, oh God, my brain hurts.
do a suicide assessment? Did you check off the little boxes?
I'm looking for that section. It says that patient denies suicidal or homicidal ideation at this time.
Okay, so again, this is on October 31st, right?
Yes.
The patient, within a period of a couple of days and meetings with you, that McAllister has access to because the records are within your business, right?
It's not my business, but yes.
Has reported suicidal ideation and fear and dwelling about killing herself and afraid of those thoughts, right?
Let's see. I just want to be absolutely clear.
Why fucking start now? And excuse my French, but why fucking start now being clear and, looking at documentation and actually documenting things? Why start now?
So yes, a little
Yes,
while
that's exactly-
earlier, she had voiced those concerns.
Right. So as a result of voicing those concerns, is it your understanding that McAllister did not do any of the suicide assessment questions because Lindsay reported that she wasn't suicidal?
It appears that she asked about
Well, you already
suicidality.
told us that. I'm asking you about, excuse me.
Hold on. Ask the next question. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not asking you, you told us 3 times now that she said she was not suicidal when she spoke to McAllister. I'm asking you about the suicide assessment for the 3rd time. You see it in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, did Lindsay answer any of the questions that were asked over the 2 pages, possibly 3, of the suicide assessment? Yeah, 3, done by McAllister.
I don't see anything written here.
So was there a suicide assessment?
I don't know because I wasn't there. I don't know what the
And you don't know
conversation
from looking
was.
at the records, right?
From looking at the records, I don't see evidence of additional suicidal questions beyond asking if it was there or not.
So the suicidal assessment, doctor, is in the medical records. It consumes almost 4 pages, does it not? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And all of the questions, like asking, have you felt life is not worth living? Is that something you thought about recently? Are you dwelling on that? What leads up to the thoughts? What are the thoughts? All those questions, right? For 4 pages, right?
Yes.
And there is not one notation indicating that that test was ever administered to her on October 31st, correct?
Correct. But it looks like it was asked in other ways.
Okay.
I need a good UKism. I need someone to teach me something that would get me thrown in jail in Denmark or New Zealand. I need something so offensive in a native language that it would make a grandmother blush. I am so Commonwealth. And I say this fully saying I have no idea if Lindsay should be in jail. I don't know what culpability or what level of culpability. And I wish we were having that discussion right now. We're finally getting to the meats and potatoes of of what was actually happening and the care that Lindsay received. And as bad as I thought it was gonna be from just skimming a little bit of the civil lawsuit, I was not prepared for this level of systematic failure.
November 2nd. Oh, it was asked in other ways. Is that what the little checkbox where it says deny suicidal ideation?
Can I read something that she
You
wrote in the
have
note?
indicated repeatedly that she denied suicidal ideation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The suicidal assessment was not administered according to the record that's in front of you by McAllister, yes?
The additional suicidal assessment.
I know it's the wrong gender, but you absolute bellend Muppet twat. Excuse my French. I didn't say the C word out of respect, but God, I wanted to.
Yes.
November 2nd. And by the way, as a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. You have the ability to prescribe medication, obviously, right?
Yes.
And that's what we talked about, the DEA number and all of that, correct, which you had for about a month, other than when you were a resident, right?
Yes.
So you're prescribing these SSRIs and antipsychotics and antitropics or whatever they are. And it's important as to the metabolism of your patient with those drugs, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, keep your voice up. What does metabolism mean?
The body breaking down the medication.
So how is it that you can determine how the body of your patient is breaking down the medication that is in their brain and they're complaining about all of these symptoms? How, as a doctor, do you determine how the body's breaking it down?
We don't typically have any specific testing that we do to understand that.
How about a blood test?
It's not done for that.
It's not done for that, meaning the blood test is not done to determine the metabolism of your patient, of your medications?
Are you referring to genetic testing?
No, I'm asking.
No, how the individual body, because again, all of these studies are going to be sort of amalgamations in the center of the bell curve. You can test, how each unique body, to the certain extent that science is available and the testing exists, of how much, a drug is, what the drug level or the cumulative level of the drug is in the body. And I'm sure there are ways to test. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm guessing there are certain ways to detect if a person might be over medicated, even if it's not typically done or it's not a commonly done test. I'm sure there has to be a way to determine whether someone is above therapeutic levels or at dangerous levels of psychotropic drugs.
About the metabolism, I'm not talking about genetics, I'm talking about the metabolism of the SSRIs in her body.
Okay.
You can tell that metabolism rate through blood testing, right?
Not in the way that you're describing.
Okay, what way would it be?
There is genetic testing that can give information about metabolism.
Like what?
It can talk about different enzymes that a person might have to suggest it provides information about the enzymes that a person might have the genes for.
Okay, so it provides the enzymes that a person might have the genes for. Forgive me, I'm having difficulty with that. What does that mean?
It's a little complicated.
Yeah, you don't expect a patient that's going through what she was going through to understand that, would you?
No,
Did you guys do the enzyme test?
they are not typically done
Why?
because, again, it's genetics and
Insurance cover it?
It's just in the middle of answering.
Good. You finish that answer and I'll allow a follow-up. Go ahead, Doc.
so it's not as simple as testing for an enzyme or not. You can test someone's genome, like we have the ability to test the entire human genome now, but which is great, but the clinical use of that is not there yet. So while we can test these things, it does not yield meaningful clinical information. So it's not commonly done.
What is the Cytopro P4-50 system?
That's one of the enzymes that I'm talking about.
So the Cytopro P450 system talks about.
So what I gathered from her gobbledygook, some people have different enzymes that I'm guessing go to their brain chemistry that make them either more sensitive or so hyper or hyposensitive is what I'm guessing that these genetic testings would link you to phenotypes and what they know about sensitivities to certain drugs or medications across phenotypes that you happen to be related to. So basically, if there is a documented history of people with your, say, maternal bloodline, your mitochondrial DNA having interactions with a certain class of drugs because of an enzyme deficiency or hyperactivity, this test can figure that out and possibly maybe show where or why a medication is either reacting so poorly or not effective. That is kind of what I've got. I will have to look it up myself. I do not know. But that's what I'm gathering from what she said.
Well, and tests for the breakdown of psychiatric meds in the blood, right?
It's not in the way that you're describing. It doesn't tell you what medicines to take.
Again, one at a time. Finish the answer, and then you can ask follow-up. Go ahead, Di.
It just, yes, this is a test that is done, but it doesn't tell you what medications a patient will do better on. It's not useful in that way.
So what's it useful for?
I mean, I don't find it terribly useful.
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field?
I'm sorry?
How long has the Cytopro P450 system been in use in your field, psychiatry?
Well, it's an enzyme in the body.
Well, I know what it is. I'm asking you about the system, the testing. How long have they been using that?
The genetic testing, maybe a few years. It's very new.
Very new. Does insurance cover it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. So it is nevertheless
I believe she's been doing this in the interim since first starting out psychiatry. The really important point to understand kind of chronologically in her career, she was a month after joining up with a final kind of getting her finalized certification in psychiatry when she met Lindsay and became her psychiatrist. So she was very, very new to psychiatry. I think everything is fine over here. She'd been board certified for a month at the time of taking LindsayClancy on as a client. And whether known to her or not known to her, the clinic to which she is still employed advertised her special interests and in a Jan Owens sort of way indicated that she was uniquely qualified and schooled in the treatment of both pregnant women with mental health struggles, but postpartum women with mental health struggles. So not only, again, there are claims in the civil suit that that particular advertising did, influence Lindsay's choice to go to this particular psychiatrist. Now, objectively, Lindsay is an incredibly complex case to have as one of your first presentations. However, she did market herself and claim that a lot of her clinical rotations were involving postpartum women and, pregnant women, to find out that she quantified that number at about 50 within her entire rotation or residency. So again, part of this is a function that this was a very complex case with incredibly high stakes. And it doesn't seem like she had any supervision or, a mentor that was provided by the office, oversight of any kind. And part of it might be hubris and overconfidence that she thought she could handle this. And I think she's realizing that she was very overconfident in her clinical skills. not without some reason. I mean, she graduated grueling medical and psychiatric boards and stuff like that. But there's a difference between doing it in school and dealing with a real life patient. And I think she's realizing the incredible cost to not asking for help and to feeling like you know everything. Because when you are brought on stand and someone uses the Socratic method on you and you cannot defend 10% of your choices, it's incredibly clear that you are in over your head, whether you want to ever admit that or not. It's insanely clear that however good intentioned, you were probably the worst possible option to be in charge of this particular case. Now, does that put the onus on her, um, singularly, uniquely, and alone? No. But that does mean that a portion of this, I think, I think the jury, it will be interesting to see how the jury weighs this particular devastating, and by devastating, I mean, I don't know how the Commonwealth is going to come back from this level of devastating, and this is their first mental health witness. I want you to remember that. It went this badly with this woman. Now, I mean, the other psychiatrist, yes, but this is one of the, you know, primary care providers of, continued and through, mental health care. She is one that if a patient had signed a release form, she would have access, and signed, an agreement to allow the doctor to talk to family members to get a more objective, objective, kind of assessment of how she was presenting. There are certain things that she could have done that she just didn't. And unfortunately for her, the fact that she is a new psychiatrist is not going to be a defense for what she did not document, what she did not do.
Legitimate test to determine the breakdown of psychiatric meds in a patient's blood, correct?
It exists, yes.
It exists. Well, it exists, but you didn't use it, right?
It would not have made a difference
In what? In your opinion?
in her treatment.
Because you go by the checks in the checkbox and what she self-reports, right?
No, not just the checks in the checkbox.
Oh. In any event, tell me about the thyroid.
The thyroid?
Thyroid.
It's an organ in the human body that regulates hormones.
And what, if any, import and impact do thyroid levels have on your evaluation of a woman who is in the throes of postpartum depression?
They don't.
What is the purpose of a test to determine the thyroid levels?
Well, you can test something like the TSH.
Well, I don't know what a TSH is. I'm sorry. What is a TSH?
Thyroid stimulating hormone.
Okay, thank you.
That's something that can be tested, typically by maybe a PCP, primary care, or endocrinologist if they have concerns about someone's thyroid function.
Were you aware of a study that was a major study that was peer reviewed? What does peer reviewed mean in your business?
That it was reviewed by other researchers in a similar field.
And the report or the article or whatever it may be has to be approved by the peers that are reviewing it before it can be published, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that in the medical field, it's a big deal to have publishing articles on your resume, right?
Yes.
And how many articles have you published about postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, anything?
I have published something, but it's not a full article.
I have a Substack.
It's just a small thing.
Okay. Are you aware of the psychiatry?
Apparently, they don't cover that in medical school anymore. The thyroid, screw it. Not important. No indication whatsoever. Just like in geriatric patients, the dementia can be a sign of a UTI infection because their system reacts differently to stressors placed upon the body, i.e., an illness or an infection. But I'm sure they don't do blood tests; they just throw them in the loony bin. It's not a common thing to realize that elderly patients will be screened for UTIs and, generalized bodily infections, if they are showing sign of dementia, because the brain is a chemically sensitive organ that doesn't just work on, neurotransmitters and stimulators and electricity, but also on hormones.
Magazine article dealing with, in 2021, thyroid function in postpartum psychosis, an exploratory study. Have you ever heard of anything about that, let alone read an article about it?
No.
Are you aware that there are studies that have compared thyroid function between psychosis with postpartum onset, PPO, psychosis without postpartum onset, PWPO, and normal postpartum? You aware of that?
No.
Well, you're supposed to be an expert, or you specialize, or you have an interest in treating women that have suffered from postpartum, correct?
Yes.
Have you written any articles at all about postpartum? Depression, anxiety, psychosis?
No, I'm not a researcher. I'm a clinician.
Have you read any of the articles, such as thyroid function in postpartum psychosis?
I've read many articles. There are thousands. I have not read that specific article.
Thousands? Thousands of articles on postpartum psychosis and the thyroid?
No, not on that specific topic.
I love that he was like, really?
When
Really?
the
Really,
aspect
Jan?
doctors are treating a person like Lindsay, it's your testimony to this jury that testing, whether it's blood testing or whether it's the Cytopro P4 testing, is not necessary because Jennifer Tufts doesn't think it's necessary, right?
It does not yield information that would influence treatment.
No,
And
so
your-
the elevation in the thyroid, that wouldn't impact on your treatment at all, your evaluation, your investigation?
Sorry, I thought you had mentioned the cytochrome issue. Are we talking about that one, or are we talking about the thyroid?
Talking about the thyroid.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Can
there
you
were
repeat?
tests that revealed elevation in the thyroid level. Is it your testimony that you wouldn't care?
If I somehow found out that a patient had elevated thyroid levels, I would advise them to talk to their primary care or maybe get an endocrinologist.
You wouldn't tell them that that could affect their mental health, that they need to get it checked out immediately because there could be some symptomology that we have been, attributing to anxiety and depression that could be hormone related. There was you would counsel them to go to their primary care physician, but not at all indicate that it was because it could affect their mental health. What a muppet.
Just to discuss it.
Did you ever recommend that Lindsay get an endocrinologist?
No, she
And the
did
reason
not.
why- The answer is no. And you basically did not have any information that you could use to even realize that there might have been a thyroid issue with this woman that was postpartum, right? Because you didn't do any blood tests.
There was no clinical reason to obtain a blood test.
All right, so you continue on.
You forget, ma'am, that you need to add in your opinion, because that is what you are staking your very license on, that a jury is going to believe that a reasonable doctor would act as you acted. And I can tell you just from gently perusing the X, the twit twat, uh, the outpouring of what the effery going on from your testimony alone, uh, I'm beginning to think that you're gonna need a lawyer. You are gonna need 5 lawyers. If only the dream team was still around, because good lord, ma'am, do you need all the representation.
With your meetings by the computer, correct?
Yes.
November 2nd. You can get November 2nd up. You got it?
November 22nd?
No, it looks like November 2nd. I apologize. That's what I'm looking at. Tufts, Jennifer, MD, Clancy, Lindsay. Follow-up note, November 2nd.
Yes.
And you're still diagnosing her with generalized anxiety disorder, GAD, right?
Yes.
You add in there an adjustment disorder with depressed mood, I guess, because of what she had been telling me, right?
Yes.
Okay, looking at the psychiatric condition, you note that it's improving. Right?
Yes.
And then you determined that you will decrease the Ativan to 0.75 milligrams for 2 weeks, and then decrease it to 0.5 milligrams for 2 weeks, and consider alternatives for sleep anxiety. Is that correct?
Oh,
911,
okay.
things of that nature.
We are, probably gonna be getting some storms here soon, so hopefully we can get all through, Cross at least. Here's hoping. There are some strong line winds, and I haven't made this announcement in a while, but if you are in the Midwest, the chance for pop-up severe, really not so great storms is very high the next 3 days. So, be aware of your surroundings and the weather around you.
Correct.
Yes.
So is that a form that you basically press a button and because it seems to be kind of like a generic advice. Call 911 if you're feeling suicidal and things of that nature.
Well, that's advice that we provide for every single patient.
Okay. And then you note that half the encounter was on counseling or coordination of care on November 2nd, right?
Yes, that's a typical statement. It's just a part of documentation that doctors use.
All right. Now, on November 2nd, you were suggesting the 4 drugs that she would start would be Remeron, Trazodone, Pregabalin, and hydroxyzine, right?
Those are just things we were considering. I wasn't starting all of those medicines.
On November 22nd, now that would be almost 3 weeks later, right? You saw her, right? And did you ask her about whether or not she was still having suicidal thoughts or worrying about suicidal thoughts, for example? Did you ask her that?
Yes.
And how do you know that? Because the box is checked.
It's written in my note.
What does it say?
Patient denies SI.
Okay. What did you ask her about that?
I don't remember the exact words, but I know that I asked about that.
Did you ask her about how things were going at home with the mother and father staying there?
That I don't remember. I didn't document how her parents were doing.
Okay. Well, I don't really care about how her parents are doing. I'm asking about whether or not you asked her how it was working out while the parents were there helping out? If you did, fine. If you didn't, that's fine too.
I don't think that I did. In this
Okay.
appointment, she,
Okay, that's all. That's fine. December 1st was the next appointment, correct? And you can look at the interval history.
yes,
Now, on that December 1st appointment, this is after she had transferred to South Shore.
yes,
She disclosed to you that she had been seeing South Shore, right?
yes.
We already talked about the fact that you never got the records from South Shore, so you don't know, other than what Lindsay reported to you, what medications she was on, right?
Right, I knew what she was telling me.
Right, and she told you that she was doing the Ativan taper, right?
Well, she said she had tried doing that, but that then she was having worse sleep.
Having difficulty sleeping is what she indicated to you, right?
Yes.
And she tried other meds that you had suggested, but stated that she was having difficulty with those meds, including trazodone, right?
Well, the trazodone she didn't have a problem with. It just didn't seem like it was particularly helpful.
Right. Did you prescribe the trazodone or somebody else?
This was somebody else.
So do you know what the milligrams were that she was on?
It says she tried between 50 and 150 milligrams.
All right. Now, did she at some point try Remeron?
She said that she did.
Did you suggest in your discussions that she try Remeron?
No, I did not.
Did she indicate to you that she had rebound anxiety and intrusive thoughts that she was going to die? Do you recall that?
Well, she said worse depression and intrusive thoughts.
Okay. Did she tell you what the intrusive thoughts were?
It was the feeling like I'm going to die.
Did she then have a script for Prozac, 10 milligrams?
That's what she said.
And she said that she couldn't sleep and had worse sleep, so that had to be stopped, right?
Yes.
Then she was on Klonopin, right?
Yes.
And what is Klonopin?
It's a benzodiazepine.
And on December 1st is when she told you, again, that she was close to having suicidal ideation, feeling hopeless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, on the interval history on that date, you indicated that she can't sleep, she's panicking, she had worse depression, intrusive thoughts, she was numb, nothing mattered, I feel like I'm going to die, denied suicidal ideation, but, quote, yesterday, close to it, feeling hopeless. Did you give her therapy and validations after she told you that?
I believe that I did.
What did you do? You got a woman that's telling you that she's hopeless. She doesn't care if she dies. Can't sleep. What did you do to validate on your therapy?
Well, I told her that this was something that we could address, that there was hope, that there were treatments, and there are different types of treatment programs that are more supportive, like partial hospitalization programs. So she knew that she still had options and a reason to hope.
Did you ever suggest to her that maybe you ought to come in and see me rather than talk on the computer?
Talking with her over the video did not seem like an issue. It didn't seem like there was anything that I was missing or that there was any need to see her in person.
I'm going to do something here because I need to show you guys something. Let me see. Zoom out all the way. All right. So I am leaned back in my chair. Usually I'm playing with one of my kneading things. My hands are constantly fidgeting. You don't generally notice this because, again, I need you to see what this doctor was able to see of Lindsay. This You don't see that I'm fidgeting. You don't see that I'm shaking my leg, that I have brought my knee up, unless it's on camera, in a self-soothing kind of posture. These are all things that you would not be able to see. You're not gonna be able to see, if I'm maybe slightly rocking or, listening to music in another earbud as a form of self-soothing. There are a lot of things that you are not going to be able to intake over a telehealth system. And again, this is not to knock telehealth for those that get and find comfort discussing mental health issues there. But you are not going to get the wholesome and fulsome picture that you need in order to provide a holistic, care plan for a patient if you cannot see the whole of them. So much of this is, um, you know, observing the patient and that the fact that she was unaware of it shows how not stupid you are, but ignorant. You're ignorant, and the problem is that at your level of profession, there's no excuse for this level of ignorance. If you at all had the personal introspective insight to realize that this patient was continued to deteriorate and it might be outside of your wheelhouse, you might need to go to someone for help, but you didn't document in any of your notes that any of this bothered you to the point where you decided you should ask for help. If not because you didn't think you were awesome, because maybe Lindsay was just a difficult patient, but you didn't even document that.
Now, you'd agree with me that in December of 2022, COVID was all done, right?
It wasn't completely all done.
Were you still nervous about dealing with people and wearing masks and stuff, or were you able to sit down and talk to somebody face to face?
We were definitely feeling more comfortable about being face to face with people, but I think, it was still something that we thought about.
You discussed trying Seroquel with her at that point, right?
I didn't really discuss it. She had told me that was something that she had discussed with her other provider.
So looking at your notes, does it say also discussed trying Seroquel alone tonight? Do your notes say that?
It says yes, but I wasn't making a recommendation about the Seroquel. It was just a medicine I was providing her more information on.
So you were telling her about the Seroquel? You're providing information?
Yes, we were talking about the Seroquel.
Right. Why?
Because her other provider had recommended that she started it.
What is Seroquel?
It's an antipsychotic.
You also discussed with her the possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder, did you not?
It was discussed.
And undiagnosed bipolar disorder was, in your opinion, as a result of not a reaction, but extreme reaction to the SSRIs, right?
Not as a result of the SSRIs, but that
Does your note say, and I quote, also discussed possibility of undiagnosed bipolar disorder given extreme reaction to SSRIs and insomnia, period. Does it say that?
Yes.
Those are your notes, right?
Yes, the way you were saying it made it sound a little.
Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, protect this woman, because I don't think anyone is going to be on her side for obvious reasons. But dear Lord, make the stupid stop. It is like listening to a professional Jan. I never thought that I would listen to Jan Owens on the stand in a clinical capacity, but dear God, I am living a personal hell. Jesus.
little bit different before, but that's exactly what I wrote.
I read it directly from your note, right? How did
That
I make
time-
it sound different?
I don't know. It sounded different the first time you said it than the second.
So did she have bipolar?
No.
CERN, if you don't stop fucking with this timeline, I'm going to get pissed off. I cannot even. Dear God.
Did you make that decision that night? That day?
I assessed that with her pretty much every time that I saw her, and she never had mania.
What about mood stabilizer like Lamictal? Did you discuss that with her?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
It's an anticonvulsant, but it's used in treating mood disorders.
So what was the end result of your meeting with her on December 1st? What did you guys do? Did you give any recommendations, advice, anything?
Yeah, well, so at this time, I was not prescribing her medications, but I was still concerned, not concerned enough that she was at.
Ma'am, not that I want to help you at this point, but saying on the witness stand that you were not as concerned as you should have been in this might be the nail in your professional coffin. Again, oh dear Lord. I mean, at least Lynette is just stupid, and you know that her stuff is gonna be terrible, but God, I never thought a professional would this be. Good God.
Imminent risk of hurting herself or anybody else, given what she said. But we had a plan for her to pursue a partial hospitalization program.
Where was that?
Well, the one that I had recommended was HRI.
What is that, HRI?
It's a hospital in Brookline.
And did she ultimately go to another hospital?
She ultimately went to the Women and Infants Hospital for one day.
And those are the records that you didn't get, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided that she did not have bipolar disorder because, in your opinion, she did not meet, and I quote, the criteria, right? That would be the criteria in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And the DSM, of course, is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, Roman numeral 5, meaning text revision, right?
Yes.
Is that what you were using back then? Would be this thing here, DSM 5, TR. This is the DSM, right? It's like a cookbook, right?
It's more of a guideline that we use to to help us in our treatment, but it's not the psychiatry Bible that people sometimes think that it is.
Right. Hypomanic bipolar disorder. How many days does that require under the DSM?
A hypomanic episode lasts for at least 4 days.
And is that per the DSM?
Yes.
Remember on Friday you said that the most important criteria is 7 days with continued high energy levels?
Yes.
So is it 7 days or is it 4 days? And who says?
Well, mania is 7 days. Hypomania is 4.
We discussed again with her on December 1st, and that would be the Lamictal sheet, right?
Yes.
And you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling. And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agreed that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental.
Indicate that there would be.
What in the name?
No.
No, we weren't to Broomhilda yet.
Look at your interval history structure or whatever.
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records,
Crap. Okay, we hadn't seen Lindsay in a while.
December 1st, and that's the Lamont machine, right?
Okay, here we are.
Yes.
And do you know in your records that she indicated that she was really struggling? And it was as a result of that you recommended that hospital program, correct?
Yes.
You agree that she had, in your opinion, a severe mental disturbance at that point that was manifesting itself?
She had a maybe moderate heading towards severe.
Moderate heading towards severe mental issue, okay? You agree with me that she had increased anxiety, right?
Yes.
She had very, very increased depression, right?
Well, she did. She said
Okay, so as you
since the
answer that,
Ramadan.
just answer yes or no.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to check the record.
Okay, you can check the record all you want, but if I ask you a question, respectfully, can you just not go on and ramble? Answer yes or no, that's all.
It's sometimes impossible to do that. There's
Fuck you.
If you can't answer yes or no, just say you can't answer yes or no. If you can answer yes or no, answer yes or no. That's how we do it, all right?
okay.
Thank you.
Make note when you're on trial or at the civil trial, these little nuggets of wisdom might come, in handy.
Now, mental issues like anxiety that was diagnosed, depression that was diagnosed, and the fact that she indicated yet again that she was close to suicidal ideation, quote, worried about suicidal thoughts, but you indicated that she wasn't suffering from suicidal ideation on that day. Is that fair?
She denied it.
But she told you that she was worried about suicidal ideation and having suicidal thoughts, right?
Well, this was the time she said she was worried that she was close to having suicidal thoughts.
So did you ask her, what does that mean? Does that mean that she's standing at the edge of the stairs and she's thinking about falling down the stairs or what? What does that mean, close to suicidal ideation?
So I asked about that, and that's when she said she described it further as using the word hopeless.
So did you prescribe the lamotrigine on that occasion or no?
No.
On December 16th, that's the next appointment she had, right?
Yes.
That's 2 weeks later? Right?
Yes.
She was still not well, correct? She told you she was having a really rough time.
She was sleeping, but she was still feeling very poorly.
In your notes, does it say that she was having a really rough time?
Yes.
So when I ask you, if your notes reflected that she said she was having a really rough time, why do you feel compelled to say she was sleeping?
No,
It's an important detail.
Yeah, I guess. How about the rough time? What did that mean? What were the symptoms of having a really rough time for this kid?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, I'd like you to answer that.
So finally works, referring to the Valium and quetiapine, but very depressed during the day. No motivation, some SI.
Some
Sure.
SI,
Sure.
some ideation. You said she denied ideation. Would you like to correct the record, young lady? Because your documentation doesn't match your documentation.
Went to MGH emergency room for SI, declined inpatient, feeling hopeless, no intent or plan, and feels like depression related to Seroquel.
Okay. Now that's the question on Friday well, strike that. So what was the SI, suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And can you read that back to me again? What did she say about SI?
So that when she went to the hospital, she went because she had no motivation, some SI.
Some SI meaning that she had some suicidal ideation, right?
Yes,
Yes.
in her words, yes.
Yeah, in her words. As opposed to thinking about having suicidal ideation or worrying about suicidal ideation. She actually indicated that she had suicidal ideation, right?
I can't answer that as a yes or no.
Well, it's in your notes that she said that, right? Yes?
What is in my note?
Do you understand my question?
I'm a little bit confused right now. Can you repeat what your question is?
Sure, of course. We spent some time talking about thinking about suicidal ideation, worrying about suicidal ideation. Now, saying she had suicidal ideation, right?
She said it, yes.
Well, this is the
No, screw you, bitch. You have taken every single Lindsay self-report before this. You didn't interrogate anything, but now you're questioning Lindsay as an accurate narrator of her life. No, you can't have it both ways, you dumb retard. Let me explain to you how medical documentation works. An outside observer is going to look at everything you did clinically to Lindsay, and they are going to opine based only on what you wrote down, which I can tell you from just general listening is going to be, it is going to look like, Stephen Hawking having a mental dissertation with Barney the purple dinosaur. That is what it's going to look like compared to an actual professional, psychiatrist with a background in postpartum depression, which you claim to have. Because that is exactly what you are going to be up against in the civil case. And I guarantee you they do not take notes like you do. So I would hope and pray that you find the best lawyer that you and your, office can find, because you're going to need it.
only source of information that you're getting, apparently, is what she's telling you, right?
Yes.
So what suicidal ideation did she have? Was she thinking of cutting her throat? Was she thinking of throwing herself off a building, running up in front of a cat? What?
No.
What was she thinking of?
So I asked her those important follow-up questions, and that's
But did you document them, sweetheart? Because that's all that's going to matter in the civil case. No one is going to believe you that you asked her these questions. That's why in the medical and legal community, it's called document it or it didn't happen. Kind of works on the internet rules, to be honest.
so what do you mean when you say I'm feeling suicidal?
Okay.
And that's when she said, it means I'm feeling hopeless. And then I asked you, do you, have intention of hurting yourself? Do you have a plan for hurting yourself? And she denied those.
And that's where you left it?
I'm sure more was said, but that's the most important part of that clinical encounter.
And did you give a therapy by the computer on that date too?
Yes.
What did you do for therapy about her suicidal ideation and saying she wanted to kill herself?
Well, we explored what that meant, and what to do if you're feeling that way.
To do what? Call 911?
To go to the emergency room.
Did you discuss prescribing Seroquel to her? Or was she getting Seroquel? Did Seroquel enter into your discussion at all?
We talked about it. I was not prescribing it for her.
What is Seroquel?
That's an antipsychotic.
So, at the conclusion of your meeting on December 16th, basically what you took away is that she had now increased to suicidal ideation, was feeling hopeless, all the rest of the things that we've talked about. And then she just moved on, went home?
Well, she was assessed in the emergency room, and was not admitted, And I assessed her on that day again, and while she was certainly struggling, she did not require hospitalization at that moment. So she was planning on going to the Women and Infants program, and I supported that.
Did you know that around that time, she confessed to her husband that she was having now thoughts of harming children?
No.
Would that have been something you were concerned about?
If I heard that, I would have been very concerned.
That's the first time you've shown fucking concern this entire time. I honestly was figuring you had the Zendaya, Kristen Stewart, millennial female face disease where you cannot show any emotion. But oh my God, you do have facial movement. Your affect isn't completely flat. I have been documenting my observations, and I can give you a detailed DSM-5 breakdown of what I think you have. I mean, considering I will have put in more time into my report than you did with Lindsay's, you might find it incredibly helpful. If not, it will still be therapeutic to make fun of you in a Word document I never send.
Called DCF, right?
I might have.
And when you spoke to Pat, did you ever ask him what his observations were of her spiraling into November and December? Not that one time that he stuck his face on the computer and talked to you. Did you ever talk to him?
He never called me again, or he never called at all. I never spoke with him again.
So he is a husband of a woman, just had a baby. He's postpartum with all of these symptoms that we talked about, all of the drugs that you were prescribing her that she was dealing with, trying to get help. You never talked to her husband about what he observed because he didn't call you?
Well, we did speak on that visit.
Which visit?
The 16th. Or I think that's the one that he was at.
You think it was? It's not noted in your record?
It's not noted, but I remember some of what we talked about. And so in reading that record, it seems like that's the likely one that he was at.
December 16th, on your objective findings, you note that her mood was depressed, right?
Yes.
And what does that mean? Did she just say I'm depressed, or did she give you symptoms? I mean, you check the little box.
Yeah. Yeah, it means she's saying that she's depressed.
Okay, so you're the doctor. You check the little box. What did your patient tell you about her symptoms that she was depressed on that date? Was she crying? Was she able to get out of bed? Was she worshiping at the porcelain god? What was going on in her life?
She said she was having a really tough time.
Her affect was flat, right?
Yes.
And again, depressed, you check it off twice. One under mood and one under affect, right?
Yes.
And then on the next page, it says recent lab work. That wouldn't be blood testing, would it? You asked her, was asked to do blood testing?
We don't have a...
Granny Smith, we are currently on today. We are probably not going to get to another witness. I'm going to need time to process this, you guys. We're going to get through to the end of Cross, and then I'm going to take a break for today. We're going to take as much of redirect as I can humanly tolerate, and then we will go on to the next mental health witness tomorrow, and play catch up on our own pace. But dear God, this is horrific. This is so horrifically bad.
Phlebotomist or a lab, no.
Well, why does it say recent lab work typed into your form when you check off the little boxes?
And that's something that auto-populates. It's a template that,
It's a what?
many different, it's a template. The whole node is something that psychiatrists or probably all across the country use.
Probably. You can't diagnose someone's illness by a template, okay?
No.
you filled in, no lab results were found, right?
There were none in the computer. Yes, I didn't type that in though. It
So who typed it in?
auto-populated. It was auto-populated.
So on the next page where it talks about symptom goals, treatment goals, I'm sorry, symptom reduction and improved functioning. What does that mean?
Symptom reduction is to have fewer mental health symptoms, and improved functioning means improved day-to-day life functioning, things that she's doing in her daily life.
Really? Did you tell her all that? You get a
Yes.
young woman that's obviously mentally ill, very sick. She's deteriorating, whether you like that word or it's automatically imported. What, on that date, did you do? Never mind all those words you just said. What did you tell her on the television or the computer?
I told her to go to the partial hospitalization program, and if she was having more suicidal thoughts again, or felt like she was at risk of hurting herself or anybody else, that she should go immediately to the emergency room.
How long did that meeting take?
Probably about 30 minutes.
And was that the therapy that you provided, telling her to go to the emergency room?
That was probably a component.
So the plan, excuse me, on December 16th was to follow up with women and infants, right?
Yes.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you know when?
I don't know exactly the day. Shortly after.
Then you were considering a brexanolone infusion, right?
That's the Zolresso.
That's the same thing in Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Okay. And that didn't go anywhere, right? That's
No.
It says start Lamictal, 25 milligrams daily, right?
Yes.
Continue Seroquel, right?
No, not another normal mom. I believe she is held or being held in a secure medical facility. She is considered under police custody. She has never been out on bail, but I do know because of her more complex medical needs, I think she is in a secure medical facility under the care of the Department of Corrections.
What was the milligram for the Seroquel up to at this point?
Well, she had told me it was 200.
Well,
I did not write that prescription, so that's what her provider had prescribed her.
Okay, so you can ask somebody to show me the pill bottle. You can ask somebody to show me the CVS receipt. You can ask somebody who you can call to verify, right?
I could.
Yeah. But anyway, she said that she was on Seroquel 200 milligrams, right, and had stopped with the Valium, right?
Yes.
And then you go on with that form thing saying if you have urges to harm yourself or others, you got to call 911, crisis hotlines, and everything else, right? That's the next two paragraphs that are in that report, right?
Yes.
Was her mother and father still staying with her on December 16th, if you know, with Pat and the kids?
I'm not sure.
Did you ever ask anybody other than her how she was doing?
I asked her husband when he was at the appointment.
Yeah, that's the other.
JKD Buck let me know that a good friend of Legal Vice is a mod for his channel, but she also has a channel of her own. Digger 420 did post about 3 hours ago that she had to be rushed to the ER to get her gallbladder out. So if you are of the thoughts and prayers or good vibes or offerings to the god of Pastafaria, let's let her know that we care about her. Leave her a message, let her know it's not easy to be sick and in the hospital and in pain. So, um, just let her know you're thinking about her and hoping that she gets to come back to us real soon and have fun on these YouTube screets. I feel like gallbladders are resigning in mass. Mr. Mo, uh, Baker's gallbladder and pancreas both resigning, and now Digger 420s. I feel like gallbladders have gone on strike in our little friend circle here lately.
How about now, we're talking December 16th into the month of December, but you never asked anyone how she was doing.
Well, I think he was at that visit.
You think he was at the visit? How did he tell, what did he say to you about how she was doing?
He said she wasn't doing well.
Look, she's got an objection.
Right.
Objection.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He said she wasn't doing well.
Anything else?
Yeah, he felt that what might have been, his opinion was that it was related to when she started the Seroquel.
He basically said you guys are turning her into a zombie.
Objection.
Those are the words?
Overruled.
I don't have that written. He may have said that.
Does that kind of hit you though? You might remember that. You might have been, as some people worry about suicide, you might be thinking in your brain that he did say you're turning her into a zombie. Possible.
It's very possible.
Next meeting after the December 16th, was it? Is it
Yes.
December 16th? Is that what we just started?
Yes.
Okay. The next meeting was January 6th.
Yes.
Okay. And how does this happen? Does the patient call? I know you don't set up these appointments. Somebody has to deal with somebody in administration or whatever. But do you, like on December 16th, say to Lindsay, call me or set up an appointment for January 6th, or do they have to do it themselves?
So at the end of an appointment, I typically will schedule their next appointment.
So did you schedule January 6th?
I think that one she scheduled herself.
Yeah, that was the day after she got out of McLean, right?
Yeah.
Not weird. Not weird. This is a whole new age, a whole new way to experience friendship, and we shouldn't be shocked that someone that accompanied us in the background of our lives, and Jeff went out of his way to make a lot of us feel seen and noticed, maybe in not so great parts of our life, just by pulling up a chat of ours or thinking it was funny. And we don't realize how much of a blessing and a gift that is until it's gone. So I don't think it's weird that we're all still missing him and mourning him in our own way.
Usually the hospital coordinates the discharge appointment.
Well, if I tell you that, in fact, the hospital told her to set up the appointment, and that within an hour, she set up the appointment. Is that in your notes?
It's not in my notes, no.
Do you remember that? That was a pretty big deal. She was in McLean, locked wards for 4.5 days, right?
Yes.
And she's your patient, and she's really gone downhill bad, right?
Yeah, she wasn't doing well.
And she admitted herself to the locked wards at McLean, right?
Yes.
And what was the diagnosis at McLean?
I believe they diagnosed her with major depression.
Did they recommend any medication?
They took her off of the Seroquel.
Jeff, Legal Vices, you might have known him as Law Rax. He passed away a bit ago. Time is somewhat of a nebulous construct to me, so I think it was a year to 2 years ago, and I apologize for time being rather nebulous to me. But he he was one of the kind of founding members of LawTube in whatever form it is now. And he was just a really funny guy. He did Maritime Mondays. Um, and he was just a really fun guy who shared his legal opinions with us. And um, he's greatly missed. Um, it's funny how YouTube becomes a source of friendship and companionship in ways you don't notice until, one of your favorite creators, isn't streaming anymore.
They took her
All of it.
off. Okay. So did you look at the McLean records?
Yes, definitely.
And those were imported easily because you're part of the same structure or whatever?
No, but after someone is hospitalized, the hospital usually faxes it to their doctor.
All right, so if I tell you that the McLean records are really pretty voluminous, that's not what they fax. They fax you like a 2-page discharge summary, right?
Yes.
You didn't get that by fax, right?
No.
So what did McLean tell you? Look in your notes.
And I recommend giving him a sub if you like anything sort of maritime. Um, he's kind of on the line with us. There are certain things that he's irreverent about, and he uses a bit of, off the wall dark humor or slight profanity or major profanity, depending on to call out dumb behavior. But at the bottom of it, he always treated the victims and the cases that he handled, especially since he was based in South Korea. There were certain cases that, out of respect for his, chosen homeland, his chosen home, he wouldn't cover. So, if you need someone to just kind of zone out to, he had a really fun voice, and his bulldogs were super great additions and co-hosts. Um, I'll probably do that tonight. I'll probably watch one of his Maritime Mondays. But he, who he was is who he was, and being an authentically good human is is a legacy that I think we can all hope to leave behind.
Which part do you want me to read?
Did you ever have her sign a release from McLean? Did you ever get access to the McLean records?
I had access to the discharge summary.
Okay, so put the discharge summary aside, because that's what they faxed in a couple of pages. What about the records?
No, but that's typically not
No,
done.
never mind typically. The answer's no. You never got the records, right?
A discharge summary is a record.
Did you talk to the doctor that discharged her?
No, no one called me.
No what?
No one called me. I wasn't notified about the hospitalization until she was discharged.
So you just sit there behind your computer and wait for people, Patrick, wait for the doctor from McLean, wait for the sick person who's the patient to call you? And if these people don't call you, it doesn't exist apparently, right?
No, not exactly. I had no way of knowing she was even at McLean.
Well, you did once she got discharged, right?
Yeah, but that was after the fact.
Right. So did you care why she was in McLean?
Of course,
And why was she in McLean?
because she was depressed.
And what was the, does your record indicate that she was discharged yesterday? Under interval history? And discharged from where?
Well, I said MGH.
Is that Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And she was currently on trazodone?
Yes.
And she indicated that the goal was to come off Seroquel?
Yes.
And she described herself as still being very numb?
Yes.
She couldn't sleep, right?
That's not entirely true.
Am I lying? I'm reading the medical records here. Sleep, taking Ativan and trazodone, slept 5 hours broken, wondering about increasing trazodone and switching to Valium. What does that mean?
Well, it means she was having trouble sleeping. It wasn't that she wasn't sleeping at all.
I see.
And what is the effect on the brain? Oh, sorry. Mandy, we are still watching the cross-examination of Jennifer Tufts, one of, I believe, the first and kind of carry-through psychiatrist that was in charge of LindsayClancy's care. Now, LindsayClancy was seen by multiple different psychiatrists, but this was kind of the through psychiatrist that was kind of the through line for mental health care for Lindsay, despite the fact that she was kind of being seen by multiple disparate people. Now, I don't know if she would be considered a primary, like, care person, in sort of the classical medical standards and operating procedures. But it is really clear that the different, psychiatrists that were attempting to treat Lindsay did not, either they didn't communicate or they didn't communicate effectively together in order to coordinate Lindsay's care.
So was the trazodone increased at that point?
Yes. Yes.
How about on January 9th? Did you see her through the computer or whatever then?
Yes.
And did you prescribe medication to her on that?
Oh, sweetheart. Sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart. Now is not the time to gather up your shreds of dignity and form them into a shield of bitch. You do not have a leg to stand on. You should have your professional dignity and credentials in tatters, the way you have represented not only yourself, but your profession on the stand. Now is not the time to take your wounded ego and decide to, stitch that up into a, shield of general bitchiness. It's not a good look. It's not going to save you. And if anything, it's going to make you look so much worse. But never stop a person as they're continuing to step on brakes.
Yes.
And was that diazepam?
Yes.
14 count, 1 milligram? No, I'm sorry. 14 count, 5 milligram.
That sounds right.
Okay. Did you also, on January 12th, 3 days after January 9th meeting, prescribe additional medication to her?
I'm not sure. I don't have a record from January 12th.
Do you recall on January 12th that, in fact, you prescribed trazodone 150 milligrams, 30 count?
Yes.
3 days later, or a couple of days later, January 16th, do you recall prescribing?
The YouTubery, I am not quite sure. I am guessing that a board who governs psychiatry is paying close attention to this, not only because there is a potential threat to their profession, but also just as out of professional curiosity, how the profession of psychiatry is being, displayed on a public sort of stage. I do not know. I don't think it bodes well, her testimony, what has been brought out in Cross today, for her continuation of maybe not recommendations of, I believe at the very least, recommendations from the licensing board would be to increase, 1 second, to increase, education if one is going to claim to be a, uh, postpartum expert of any kind, regardless of whether it is the office that wrote things in a Jan Owens sort of way that made it seem like you were an expertologist, or you claim it's your special interest. You think you would have at least the interest of chat to be able to Google the thyroid postpartum, depression link as an expertologist.
Amitriptyline.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
It's a tricyclic antidepressant.
What does a tricyclic antidepressant mean?
Well, it's an older antidepressant. It's called a tricyclic because it has 3 rings. If you look at the chemical itself, like a tricycle, but it's an older but efficacious medicine for depression and anxiety as well as insomnia.
On January 16th, look at your interval history. She indicated to you that her mood was very low, no motivation,
Yes.
numb,
Yes.
able to force herself out of bed, taking care of basics, eating, concentration fine, caring for baby, bonding feels forced. Is that what she told you?
Yes.
Through the computer, right?
Yes.
What did that tell you? Were you concerned about this woman postpartum well within a year from the CDC at that point with these symptoms that she's telling you about?
I was concerned that she was depressed.
And in all of the times that you spoke to her, you'd agree with me that she appeared to be honest and forthright, telling you what she felt, right?
That's what I thought she was, yes.
Do you have any reason to think that she was lying to you?
No.
Because the way you said that indicated that you, in your omnipotence, made a mistake and she was lying to you. But you didn't mean to imply that, did you? You weren't trying to say that Lindsay was lying to cover up your own monumental incompetence, were you?
Diazepam taper on January 16th, 5 milligrams last 2 nights, slept for 4 hours, and then a light sleep, maybe 2 hours stretches. Did she express that she was still having concerns about side effects from medications?
Not at that point.
So what does ROS mean under interval history that we're looking at?
I think Red being at the lectern is more that the audio guys were crying in the fetal position and no one could hear them or could hear him. So he was instructed by Court TV and Law and Crime to please kindly, for the love of God, stay near a mic. I think that's why he's at the lectern. I don't think it has anything to do with intimidation. I think people are riveted by this, and Law and Crime and the producers at Court TV were probably like, "Dear Lord, mic the man up," yelling at their audio guys.
Review of symptoms.
Okay. And then it says, patient denies SIHI, that'd be suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation, correct?
Yes.
Denies other questions or concerns, and you recommend a low dose of amitriptyline for depression, correct?
Yes.
Patient agrees with the treatment And you guys were also going to explore ketamine treatment. Is that right? Esketamine.
Now, I do have some experience. Ketamine infusions are kind of the first line of uh, treatment if other things haven't worked for CRPS. Now, there is new research that shows that ketamine treatments or infusions do seem to work on treatment resistant depression. And what I can tell you is that while the ketamine didn't seem effective as much on my pain as I would have liked, I did feel better mental health wise than I had in a long time after the infusions, after I got over the side effects and everything. And again, just based on my own personal experience, I would gather that this is what if SSRIs are effective to you, what you would feel from that. Uh, the problem with ketamine infusions is that they are not covered by insurance, at least not in Indiana, not by any sort of insurance. In order to get the full effect, what is recommended for CRPS is what would be considered a ketamine coma. There are only certain places in America that do that, and it is a bit cost prohibitive, but it's also a bit terrifying. So the ketamine infusions to me feel very disassociative, and I do not like being out of control. So while they are effective and they do help with my mental health and somewhat with my pain, they're also incredibly difficult for me to go through. Um, so, if we ever get to a point where Mr. Mo and I do decide to move forward with going to Florida and exploring, my candidacy for the, well, the big, option, I will let you guys in on that. But right now, honestly, it's terrifying. It's terrifying to know that, especially after this trial, that I would be 5 days basically out of control, not corpus mentis and relying on the medical industrial complex for my safety. And right, um, they do. They really do. And, for my own personal journey, I don't I have been offered, narcotic pain medication. For me, they make me feel very bad, and they don't offer the cost balance analysis on for me and for my life was they made me feel awful. Yes, they helped with the pain, but I wasn't functional. So I tried it very early in my diagnosis, one of the sort of controlled options for pain relief, and I just felt so disconnected and gross, that it didn't work. So, yeah, alternative, things do help me, but, um, yeah, basically the recommendation is a 5 to 6 day, pretty much fully induced ketamine coma. They're not sure why it works, for CRPS, but it's believed that it resets the brain, and part of the issue with, complex regional pain syndrome is that the pain signal your brain never reset the pain signal, for the initiating injury if there was one. So, all that is to say that, you know, if you're struggling with mental health, don't ketamine can be an option, but, ask a lot of questions, go through your doctor, and ask all the questions. It could work for you, it could not. You have to see if you're a good candidate, and I'm not a doctor, so I don't wanna give out any advice. I can tell you what worked or didn't work for me, uh, but I'm not your doctor. I'm not the person that has your medical record and all the, medical math in front of me. So do your own research though. Going in with your own research is probably the best advice I can give you. If you're knowledgeable about a course of treatment you would like to ask your doctor about, or a medication, if you've done some of your own research, it's less easy for them to medically gaslight you.
Yes.
Now, did you know that she was on her computer looking up medication after medication after medication after medication, treatments, ketamine treatments, and all that? Did you know that?
No.
Did you ever ask her whether or not she was looking up the symptomology of pharmacology and having interactions between drugs?
No.
January 23rd, you had that meeting, correct, with her?
Yes.
And this is after, obviously, excuse me, the January 16th appointment. And in the January 16th appointment, she told you that her mood was very low, and that's the worst that she ever reported her mood to you. Isn't that right?
On the 16th?
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the worst it was ever reported, but it was certainly bad.
And you didn't recommend that she have a hospital evaluation, did you? This is the day before she killed the kids, right?
The 23rd?
Yeah.
It was the day before.
You didn't recommend a hospital evaluation, did you?
No, there were no,
The answer is no?
no.
Don't ask me all the questions there.
Okay.
The answer is no. January 23rd, Friday, you testified and she said her mood was depressed, and you noted that her affect was depressed and flat, right?
No, just generalized growing anxiety at the absolute cluster flop that our medical industrial complex is, as evidenced in microcosm by the job that this psychiatrist did. Basically, you didn't miss anything except for this woman going to a weird shape of green taupe. But now she seems to have found her sassy for no reason that any of us can ascertain, because she has legitimately no reason to have any sort of feelings of superiority or authority in her in her profession at this point. So, from whatever shreds of dignity she has managed to muster up a facade of cahoot. That's all you basically missed, is her turning green, and I thought she might seriously fall out, to now having created a sort of golem of an ego that she's just mustering through with copious amounts of cahoot.
Yes.
She also reported that her heart was racing, right?
Yes.
She had no motivation, is what she told you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she had been feeling numb and no emotion for 17 days straight, is what she told you, right?
I'm not sure about 17 days straight, but that's how she was feeling.
You didn't reach out to her mother and father at that point? They didn't call you, I guess, right?
No.
And Patrick didn't call you at that point, right?
No.
So she's sitting in front of her computer, getting help from her doctor on January 23rd. And what did you do?
Well, I thought about how I could best help her, the medicines that she'd tried and what her current symptoms were. And it made sense to slowly titrate the amitriptyline so that we could get her to a dose that reduced her depression so that she would feel better.
But you increased the amitriptyline.
Yes,
And that pushed her over the edge, didn't it?
I don't think so.
Dear God. Oh, look, I'm feeling secondhand cringe embarrassment, and I did promise the kiddos that I would try to stop streaming trial streams at around 4 when they got home. So I think this is where we're going to leave this because I don't know that like my secondary cringe embarrassment is not metastasizing into I don't even know what it could a new sleep paralysis demon. I don't know. But dear God. Basically, you guys, I need a break. Dear Lord, 6 hours plus of this, and I know a lot of that was accompanied with me just breaking down hysterically, but, my brain hurts. My brain hurts all of the my hair hurts. My hair hurts. My hair has secondary pain from the secondary cringe embarrassment of this woman's representation of psychiatry that I have to go to like, I have to go just eat all the candy, you guys, dear God. Oh, dear Lord. It I have a wonderful afternoon. At the end of the day, this is a tragedy, and whatever side you are on as to, where Lindsay's culpability is in this, I think we can all agree after this particular performance and breakdown of the medical care that Lindsay received, that there are some big systematic failures in our mental health system. And, fixing them is going to require, frank talk and uncomfortable choices and reality and give and take. But dear Lord, do we need it? Because our system seems profoundly broken. Go do something nice, go do something fun, go do something that feeds your soul. Um, Yeah, this is a heartbreaking case and we are honoring it, but we can all go out and perform little acts of kindness. Like Tony DeWitt says, and maybe our circles will one day connect and we can, get all those little acts of kindness together and make something huge. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.